Chapter 14:15. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, when his vision returned to normal, he found himself in a starry sky. This was to be expected. Lu Yi didn't know how many star mansions were participating in this battle royale, but with a lineup of at least 10,000 people, a single desolate star or dead star would be too small to allow cultivators to display their abilities. So, basically, every battle royale's venue was a large, starry sky. Only such a vast space could allow the numerous star mansions to display their abilities. As soon as he appeared, Lu Yi felt something rapidly approaching him and instinctively leapt to the side to avoid it. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. What was coming towards him was not a cultivator, but a huge meteorite at an extremely fast speed. Given the size and speed of this meteorite, if Lu Yi failed to avoid it, he would likely be seriously injured in an instant. As soon as he dodged one meteorite, another came flying towards him. Only then did Lu Yi see that he was in a high-speed meteorite belt. He was not the only one who appeared in the range of this meteorite belt, as there were two other cultivators as well. While Lu Yi was dodging the meteorites, one of the contestants had already been eliminated. This contestant's reaction was a little slow, and he was hit by a large meteorite. He instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura withered. Suffering such a heavy injury as soon as he entered the arena, he was undoubtedly powerless to continue. Especially after his aura weakened, Lu Yi and the other person's aura instantly locked onto him. When this person was eliminated and his figure disappeared, Lu Yi was already standing on a meteorite, moving forward with it at high speed. Being in a meteorite belt like this, if it was difficult to avoid, this was undoubtedly the best way to deal with it. Lu Yi wasn't trying to avoid the meteorites, but he wanted to take the opportunity to investigate the situation. At the very least, he wanted to understand what kind of starry sky this was and how many people were around. However, his approach was obviously misunderstood by the other person. While this person was dodging the meteorites, he constantly approached Lu Yi. His intentions were self-evident. The newcomer was not from the human race. His entire body was covered in flames. He was from the flame race. Lu Yi had interacted with the cultivators of the Yen clan in the alpha origin stage of the reincarnation tree and knew that they were natural law cultivators. However, not every Yen clan member was a law cultivator. A small number of them walked the path of body cultivators. They had special constitutions, and their bodies contained extremely violent and scorching power. They were very advantageous in both long-range attacks and close combat. The Yen clan's malice was self-evident, and they relied on nothing more than their late-stage star constellation, cultivation. Lu Yi raised his hand and shot several fire dragons at the Flame tribe member. The Flame tribe member didn't even try to dodge. He allowed the fire dragons to slam into his body, causing sparks to fly everywhere. However, his body wasn't affected at all. He sneered, "You dare to play with fire spells in front of my flame clan? Brat, I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. If you know what's good for you, you'd back off and you'll suffer less." The Yen clan's special constitutions made them extremely resistant to most fire spells in the world. If a law cultivator who only knew how to use fire spells encountered a flame tribe member, they could only wait for death. However, this was still a battle in the Constellation Hall. If one admitted defeat, they could still admit defeat and withdraw. This could also be considered a victory for the Yen clan. After this chaotic battle was over, it would increase the number of chips they had accumulated. Lu Yi turned a deaf ear to his words and unhurriedly continued to cast his spells. There was no doubt that his spells were unable to obstruct the incoming Yen clan member. Moments later, the Yen clan member arrived in front of Lu Yi. He was also a cautious person and didn't rashly approach. Instead, he retaliated with his own spells. It had to be said that even though the Yen clan was a body cultivator, their mastery of fire spells surpassed that of ordinary law cultivators. Their spells intertwined, creating an extremely lively battle. For a time, neither side was able to do anything to the other. The Yen clan member couldn't take it anymore, and once again charged at Lu Yi. If his spells couldn't deal with his opponent, then he would fight in close combat. Then he saw the corners of Lu Ye's mouth curl up slightly, but it also didn't seem to be. When he broke through the blockade of spells and arrived in front of Lu Yi, a long saber suddenly cut through the void. There was no suspense about what happened next. With Lu Ye's current strength, unless he encountered a peak Constellation Hall master like Wei Yijian, ordinary late Constellation Hall masters wouldn't be able to last long against him. By the time the Yen clan member cried out in shock and admitted defeat, he was already heavily injured. The Yen clan member's figure disappeared, and Lu Yi put away his crimson dragon. Only then did he have the time to examine his surroundings. In the distance, a great sun hung high in the sky. However, this sun was different from the ones Lu Yi had seen before. Its light was dim and gave off a feeling that it was past its prime, as if it was approaching its end. Moreover, there were many clearly visible black spots in the sun. There were many stars in the surroundings, and one of them was particularly large. What was even more spectacular was that outside this enormous star, there was a dazzling and colorful ring of stars, as if this star was wearing a layer of outer clothing. In the perception of his divine sense, there were sounds of cultivators fighting in all directions. From time to time, there would be cultivators whose auras weakened or even disappeared. Clearly, these were all cultivators who came here and fought after seeing each other. Lu Yi heard a sound coming from the sound talisman. He took it out to investigate. As expected, it was a message from Chu Xin. "Boss, where are you?" "It's so dangerous here. There are people everywhere." Lu Yi thought for a moment and replied, "Do you see the largest star with the 5-colored ring?" Chu Xin replied, "I see it. Go over there and wait for me. Once you're well hidden, I'll come find you." "Understood." Chu Shan replied happily. With the experience of teaming up with Lu Yi to kill enemies, he naturally understood that as long as he followed Lu Yi this time, he wouldn't dare to say that he would win in the end. But at the very least, his gains wouldn't be too small. If he was lucky, he might be able to eliminate everyone. He had to cling on to this thigh tightly and not let go. Lu Yi leaped out of the asteroid belt and flew towards the largest star. He didn't use his planetary boat. In such a chaotic place, there were all kinds of people everywhere. Moreover, there were many asteroids, so it wasn't suitable for him to use his planetary boat. Although flying like this would slow him down a little, it would be better for him to deal with unexpected situations. The kindred spirit binding formation disc he had refined now could be used by about 5 people in a formation. Any more, and he wouldn't be able to use it. According to his plan, he had to find a few temporary companions for this trip. In the battle royale, one could fight alone or form temporary alliances. It all depended on the cultivator's own wishes. The rules of the Constellation Hall wouldn't stop them. Chu Shan was one, so he still needed 3 more people. Moreover, in order to better display the power of the formation disc, the lower the cultivation of the temporary companions he chose, the better. With a plan in mind, Lu Yi continued to search for suitable targets as he traveled. After traveling for a short while, he heard someone shouting from not far away, "Fellow Taoist, please wait." Lu Yi stopped and turned around, only to see a lone figure standing on top of a meteorite. The figure had a large, tattooed arm, and Lu Yi couldn't tell if it was a tattoo or a tattoo. Lu Yi guessed that it was most likely the latter. Cultivators rarely tattooed themselves with meaningless things. Judging from his attire, he was probably an individual cultivator. Moreover, judging from the fluctuations of spiritual power around him, he was at least at the late stage of the constellation realm. Lu Yi looked at him calmly. The tattooed man said, "Fellow Taoist, since you're also alone, why don't we work together?" Although cultivators all had their own social circles, and if they had friends who came in together, they could naturally contact each other and work together. However, there were always some who came in alone, and there was no one they could trust here. In such a chaotic place, it wasn't safe to be alone, even if one was at the late stage. The tattooed man was probably such a person. That was why he called out to Lu Yi and wanted to work together with him. Lu Yi slowly shook his head. No. The tattooed man said, "Fellow Taoist, are you going to meet up with your companions? That's fine. Fellow Taoist should be able to tell that I'm a body cultivator. If fellow Taoist doesn't mind, I can charge and break through the enemy lines for you." Lu Yi still shook his head. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but there's no need." The tattooed man understood and didn't force him. However, he still didn't give up and asked, "Can you tell me the reason?" Lu Yi looked him up and down. "Your cultivation is too high." He flashed and continued forward. The tattooed man was left with a blank expression. What kind of bullshit reason was this? Wasn't having a high cultivation a good thing? Since when did it become a reason to be rejected? He really couldn't see through the ways of the world. However, a late-stage body cultivator like him was still very popular. Even if Lu Yi didn't agree, he would still find someone who would accept him as long as he looked around. There was no conflict between them, and the tattooed man didn't have the intention to bully the weak. Lu Yi naturally wouldn't make the situation too ugly. Along the way, he looked around. Lu Yi soon discovered something that gave him a headache. In this chaotic meeting, there were very few cultivators at the early stage of the Constellation Palace. He didn't find a single one along the way. The cultivators he encountered were either at the middle stage or the late stage. This was obviously not the result of the Constellation Palace's deliberate choice, but among the cultivators who signed up for the battle, the number of early-stage cultivators was small to begin with. Of course, in such a chaotic place, early-stage cultivators were still weak. It could be said that 90% of early-stage cultivators weren't willing to participate in such a thing, lest they become the other party's trump card. At the same time, it was accompanied by the risk of losing their lives. But in this way, it wasn't easy for Lu Yi to find enough temporary allies to meet his requirements. It made Chu Xin even more precious. Lu Yi wanted to rush to Chu Xin's side as soon as possible, but reality wasn't satisfactory, because along the way, there were always people jumping out to intercept him and attack him before he reached the periphery of the huge star with the star ring. Lu Yi encountered more than a dozen battles of various sizes. His gains were not small, but his journey was seriously hindered. With great difficulty, he broke through the layers of interception and arrived at the periphery of the star. Then there was movement from the sound talisman again. Lu Yi checked, and Chu Xin's shout immediately came from inside. "Boss, save me. I've been discovered. Several people are chasing me." Ah! End of chapter. Chapter 14:16. Chu Xin's cultivation was not high, but with his skills, even if he met someone stronger than him, he would still be able to fight back. However, he was currently being beaten up, and the situation was not good. "Hold on." Lu Yi hurriedly replied, "I'm holding on. They can't run as fast as me. Oh no, there's someone blocking me." Lu Yi did not reply, but looked up. He had to find Chu Xin's position as soon as possible, and he could not let anything happen to such a natural ally. However, as far as the eye could see, there were more than 10 battlefields in the huge star ring. Spiritual energy surged and colorful lights bloomed, fighting in full swing. He was a little far away and could not see clearly where Chu Xin was fighting. His figure continued to move forward from afar. The star ring looked like a huge planet, but in reality it was a meteorite belt. However, it was different from the meteorite belt Lu Yi encountered before. It was a meteorite belt that surrounded the planet, with countless meteorites of various sizes following a certain pattern, moving around the planet in a cycle that would never stop. Lu Yi did not enter the star ring, but quickly passed by it. Finally, he felt Chu Xin's aura from afar, and saw Chu Xin's difficult situation. On the other side, Chu Xin was awkwardly hiding under the protection of a defensive spiritual treasure, surrounded by 4 figures. Under various attacks, The spiritual treasure's light was extremely dim. Among the four, 3 of them were merciless. Only a woman stood still, as if she could not bear to see Chu Xin suffer. Lu Yi heard her from afar, advising Chu Xin, "Hurry up and leave. If the spiritual treasure's power disappears, you'll be beaten to death, and then you'll die a horrible death." Chu Xin was still urging his spiritual energy to hold on, and at the same time he shouted, "My big brother Fa Wuzuan will be here soon, if you know what's good for you. Stop right now, or else when he's here, none of you will be able to escape." It would have been better if he did not say that, but once he said that, the 3 cultivators' attacks became even fiercer. They were all in the constellation realm who would be so easily threatened. At this moment, the sound of a saber rang through the void, and the sound came from afar. This was undoubtedly a warning. Chu Xin turned around and was instantly overjoyed. "My big brother is here, you're all finished!" "Quickly finish him off." Among the 3 people who were attacking Chu Xin, a late-stage star constellation realm cultivator yelled out. Even though he wasn't threatened by Chu Xin's words, he naturally had to quickly finish off one of them before he had the energy to deal with the second one. An early-stage constellation realm cultivator actually made them waste so much time. This middle-stage constellation realm cultivator was probably not to be trifled with. If it was really Fa Wuzuan who was on the ranking board, then he was a great enemy. Following the command of this late Xingxiu, Chu Xin's already shaky defense was finally on the verge of shattering. He looked in Lu Yelai's direction with a face full of indignation. He roared, "Boss, take revenge!" As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to leave. He had no choice but to retreat. Lu Yi still needed at least 5 breaths of time to reach the battlefield, but he couldn't even last 3 breaths of time. Once his defenses were broken, his life would truly be in danger. His heart was filled with unwillingness. He was so close. Along with the disappearance of Chu Xin's figure, the 3 people who made a move turned around in unison, and under the lead of the late-stage star constellation, they went to meet Lu Yi. The woman who persuaded Chu Xin just now was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly followed. After a few breaths of time, violent spirit energy suddenly collided together, and there was a faint flash of blade light. Lu Ye's figure was like an awl, piercing through the opponent's formation. At the back of the team, the woman didn't see clearly what happened, but she suddenly felt a warm feeling on her face. She instinctively raised her hand to wipe it, and her hand was full of sticky warmth. Her expression suddenly became horrified, because she realized what this sticky warmth was. Looking around, she saw that one of her 3 companions had already died on the spot, and the other had his hand on his chest, and his figure was gradually fading. It was obvious that he had taken the initiative to retreat, but she still saw the tragic injury on his chest. Only the late-stage constellation realm cultivator was still in good condition, but as his figure flew, there was also blood flying out from his body, and it was obvious that he was injured. The next moment, the woman felt a chill on her neck, and her whole body froze. She clearly felt a sharp blade on her neck, and the spirit energy on the blade was swallowing and spitting. If she dared to make any strange movements, she would definitely lose her head. In her horror, she didn't even dare to shout the word "admit defeat." A voice sounded by her ear. "You're not in the same group?" The reason why she had such doubts was because her side had already taken down the woman, but the late-stage constellation realm cultivator actually ran forward without looking back, as if he didn't care about the woman's life or death. It was obvious that the moment of confrontation just now made him realize the terror of Lu Ye's strength. At this moment, he only had thoughts of quickly escaping this place. No, it's also true. We formed a temporary alliance, and we're not familiar with each other, the woman stammered nervously. In this chaotic meeting, such temporary alliances were not rare, and this was also the reason why the late-stage constellation realm cultivator didn't care about the woman's life or death. The enemy was strong, and it wasn't worth it to lose his life for an unfamiliar woman. "Stay here and don't move," Lu Yi ordered, and chased after him in a flash. The cold feeling on her neck disappeared, and the woman's stiff body suddenly relaxed. She let out a long breath, and her high chest contracted slightly. There was no one around. Should she run? Or should she just leave this place? After hesitating for a moment, before she could make up her mind, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. It was the young man from before. The woman jumped in fright, and her face turned pale. Lu Yi put away the imperial tool he left here and glanced at her indifferently. "You're quite honest." He didn't expect that when he told this woman to stay here and not move, she really would stand here without moving. He thought she would take the opportunity to escape. The woman blushed. "I'm afraid you'll chase after me when you go out." This was also the reason why she was conflicted. Her appearance had already been exposed, and if she didn't listen to him obediently, she would be hunted down by someone who held a grudge, and her future days wouldn't be easy. Of course, the reason why Lu Yi didn't give her a dangerous feeling was because Lu Yi had a chance to take her life just now, but he didn't. This made the woman feel that Lu Yi didn't seem to be an unreasonable person. "My companion was chased away by you, so tell me what to do." Lu Yi raised his hand and summoned the corpse of the man who was killed just now, and put away his storage ring as he asked expressionlessly. The woman hurriedly waved her hand. "I didn't hit your companion." Lu Yi took out a piece of cloth and wiped the blood on the scarlet dragon, as if he was wiping away his evil. "I know. Otherwise you wouldn't still be standing here." Just now, when Lu Yi was rushing over, the woman indeed didn't make a move against Chu Xin, and instead advised him to leave early. But Lu Yi changed the topic and looked up at her. "He was indeed chased away by you all, and that's my precious and rare companion. Tell me, how should I compensate him?" Perhaps the aggression in Lu Yi's eyes caused the woman to misunderstand. Her face became fearful and uneasy, and her expression began to become uneasy. But for some reason, she looked at Lu Yi carefully again, then lowered her head and said in a low voice, "What?" Lu Yi didn't hear clearly. "I can only compensate with my body." The woman was about to cry, "I don't have any spirit jades, and I don't have any good things. I just advanced to a constellation not long ago, and the realm I came from isn't strong." Lu Yi couldn't help but pause in the middle of wiping his saber, and seeing that the woman was still chattering away, he couldn't help but scold, "Shut up!" The woman hurriedly closed her mouth and looked at him with a sad expression, as if she was waiting for the judgment of fate. Lu Yi said, "Since you chased away my companion, then you can be my companion." Ah, the woman was stunned, thinking that she had misheard. "You're not willing?" Lu Yi raised the scarlet dragon in his hand, and the blood-red color made it look like it had never been wiped before. "I'm willing, I'm willing." The woman nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Only then did Lu Yi sheath his saber. "Good, then from now until the end of the chaotic assembly, we are allies. I only have one request, and that is to follow my orders, understood?" "Understood. Let's go." Lu Yi called out and took the lead to fly forward. The woman hurriedly followed, blindly following him. After flying for a short distance, the woman couldn't suppress her curiosity. "Are you really F.A. Wuzhen? The F.A. Wuzhen on the chip's ranking?" Chu Shen had mentioned F.A. Wuzhen's name before, and the woman had clearly seen the chip's ranking. Although F.A. Wuzhen's ranking had fallen out of the top 300, a month ago his name had occupied the top 20 for a long time, and his reputation had been awe-inspiring. It could be said that anyone who paid attention to the chip's ranking would know who F.A. Wuzhen was. "Yes, but isn't F.A. Wuzhen a magic cultivator?" "I see that you're also a magic cultivator, so why do you use a saber?" As she asked this, an expression of sudden realization appeared on the woman's face. "I understand now, your name is fake. You use this name to make everyone think that you're a magic cultivator. But when you really fight, you can suddenly draw your saber and catch them off guard. No wonder you're ranked so high in the intermediate stage. It seems that many people. As she spoke, she didn't dare to continue, because Lu Yi was staring at her expressionlessly. The woman shrunk her neck, and a timid expression appeared on her face. There's a fight up ahead. The woman tried to change the topic. Lu Yi had already sensed it and led the woman in that direction. He still had to hurry and find a few more allies. When they arrived, they discovered that 2 intermediate stage constellation cultivators were fighting fiercely. Take this. Lu Yi took out an imperial tool and handed it to the woman. Stand there and don't move. The woman obediently took it and didn't ask why. Then she saw Lu Yi aggressively charge over there and saw the 2 intermediate stage constellation cultivators in the middle of a fierce battle being easily harvested by Lu Yi as if they were 2 straws. For a moment, she was fascinated, secretly thinking that it would be great if she could also have such strength. Chapter 14:17. Over the next period of time, the woman witnessed the terrifying strength of a powerhouse on the rankings. Along the way, she encountered more than a dozen battles. No matter how many enemies there were, or how high their cultivation was, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from Fei Wuzuan. All she had to do was hide outside the battlefield and wait quietly. She really couldn't understand why Fei Wuzuan wanted her to be his companion if he was so strong. She clearly couldn't do anything. It didn't make sense to say that Fei Wuzuan had bad intentions towards her because he didn't reveal any intentions. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of a reason. However, this situation was undoubtedly extremely beneficial to her. Originally, she didn't expect to achieve anything by participating in this chaotic battle. She only wanted to join in on the fun and broaden her horizons. Now that she had the chance to follow such a powerhouse by her side, it didn't seem too bad. Another battle ended. Lu Yi frowned and flew back with his saber. The woman looked nervous because she could see that Lu Yi was in a bad mood. She didn't dare to speak, mainly because she was afraid of being scolded. Lu Yi was indeed in a bad mood because, after half a day, he hadn't found a single companion who met the requirements. There weren't many people participating in the chaotic battle in the early stages, but it shouldn't have been so few. Lu Yi reckoned that some of the constellations had already been eliminated in the early stages, and the rest were mostly hiding and changing their positions. If he wasn't strong enough, he would definitely find a way to hide as well. This was because there was a rule in this chaotic battle, and that was that the longer one lasted, the greater the benefits one would reap. It could even be said that even if one didn't achieve anything, one would still achieve something. So, it didn't matter if you weren't strong enough. As long as you knew how to hide, it was fine. This was also why the early stages of the early stages were willing to sign up. But for him, it was difficult to find people who met the requirements in such a vast expanse of the starry sky. If you were alone, what would you do? Lu Yi suddenly asked. He couldn't find the early stages of the constellation realm, nor did he know where they were hiding. This was because he stood at a different height and position. This temporary companion, who looked dull, was an early stage constellation realm cultivator. Perhaps standing in her point of view was the solution. I don't know. The woman's answer wasn't constructive at all. Lu Yi stared at her deeply. Sensing Lu Ye's dissatisfaction, the woman pulled a long face. I really didn't know I was with you. Lu Yi fell silent and said, You're alone now. Think of a way to survive. With that, he flew off into the distance. The woman was stunned for a moment. She instinctively wanted to chase after him, but on second thought, she didn't move. After all, Lu Yi had made it very clear that he despised her and abandoned her. Grievance welled up in his heart, and he couldn't help but kick the air. He was a little annoyed. What are you doing? How can you do this? He wasn't some kitten or puppy that could be picked up casually and thrown away after being disgusted by it. It would have been fine if he had been alone since the beginning. He wouldn't have so many complicated emotions. However, He was clearly very lucky to be following behind a very powerful person. He had watched him sweep away all obstacles and kill everyone in his way. Now, he was forced to return to the situation of fighting alone. This difference made him feel a little depressed. Although he was depressed, the chaotic battle assembly had to continue. The woman watched as Lu Ye's figure disappeared. She looked around before quickly taking out a spirit artifact and activating its power. The next moment, her body dimmed and her chi was withdrawn a lot. She wasn't a ghost cultivator and didn't have that many concealment methods. She could only use the power of spirit artifacts to achieve this. However, her wealth was limited and the spirit artifacts she used weren't of high grade, so this kind of concealment wasn't complete. It was better than nothing. She had seen the dangers of this space when following Lu Yi. She didn't dare to stay. She determined the direction and flew towards a nearby dead star. To her, this kind of dead star was a relatively safe place to hide. Along the way, there would be sounds of battle erupting from time to time. She didn't dare to get close at all and kept far away. There were a few times when the battle erupted in front of her and was very intense. She didn't know if it was luck, but her journey was very smooth and she soon landed on the dead star. It was much quieter here. She flew at a low altitude, wanting to find a quiet, remote, and hidden place to hide. It would be best if she could hide forever. She didn't expect to be able to last until the end. She just needed to last for a few days. This way, she could accumulate some chips. It might not be a lot, but for her it was enough. It was a good idea, but after a short while, just as she was looking around, her heart suddenly tensed up. She inexplicably felt like she was being watched by a hidden poisonous snake. When the great sense of crisis suddenly descended, her whole body felt a stabbing pain, as if she was being pricked by needles. A ghost cultivator. She immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. A ghost cultivator was attacking her. She hurriedly took out a protective spirit artifact that she had prepared in advance to cover her body. At the same time, she quickly rushed forward. She didn't choose to fight the other party head-on because the other party had already taken the initiative. Under the premise of not knowing the strength of the enemy, rashly coming into contact was extremely unwise. Moreover, she was only at the early stage of the constellation realm. In this kind of situation, her cultivation was already at the bottom. It was impossible for there to be anyone with a lower cultivation than her. Then, she felt a violent spiritual energy fluctuation erupting behind her. Accompanied by a cry of surprise, in the blink of an eye, the commotion subsided. She didn't know what had happened, but she felt a somewhat familiar aura. She turned around in disbelief and saw F.A. Wuzuan, who had abandoned her. At this moment, he was half kneeling on the ground. Below him, a petite figure was crawling. He used his knee to press against her lower back. Her pure white neck was raised high because F.A. Wuzuan's large hand was covering her mouth and pinching her cheeks, making her pose very awkward. Not only that, F.A. Wuzuan's blood-red long saber was pressed against the side of her neck. It looked like he could stab it in at any time. She had seen F.A. Wuzuan's strength more than once. She naturally knew that a ghost cultivator at the early stage of the constellation realm would not be able to do anything in front of him. The moment this ghost cultivator wanted to attack her, she would be taken down by F.A. Wuzuan. The girl suddenly smiled happily because she realized that she hadn't been abandoned. F.A. Wuzuan had been secretly following beside her all this time. He was using her as bait, not far away. F.A. Wuzuan maintained his half-kneeling position. The ghost cultivator didn't dare to make any rash moves. She wanted to retreat, but her mouth was pinched. Her small mouth formed a circle, and she couldn't even make a sound. Her mouth hurt. Her lower back hurt too. Her neck hurt too. A voice sounded in her ear. "I'll give you two choices. I'll kill you now, or you can be my companion, the kind that we can trust each other. Which one do you choose?" The ghost cultivator couldn't speak. She could only pat the ground twice, indicating for her to choose the second choice. What choice did she have? If she didn't want to die, there was only one choice. That cold voice sounded again. Wise choice. Then she felt all the restraints disappear. She jumped up. She wanted to distance herself, but she didn't dare to move after standing still, because at that moment, the faintly discernible aura that had locked onto her suddenly became extremely fierce. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. She stood stiffly on the spot. Only then did she have the time to size up the person who attacked her just now. She was very surprised because the other party looked extremely young. This wasn't just a youth who had taken good care of himself, but a true youth. Middle stage constellation, realm, cultivation. Thinking about what happened to her just now, the ghost cultivator was sure that this person was very strong. Stronger than all the middle stage cultivators she had seen before. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you unhappy? Lu Yi stared at her. The reason why he asked this was mainly because this ghost cultivator was looking at him with her head tilted. It gave people the feeling that she was looking at him with contempt from the corner of her eyes. The ghost cultivator was bitter. You twisted my neck. As she said that, she turned her body slightly, and her gaze finally met Lu Yi's. Lu Yi recalled that when he took her down just now, he seemed to have used a little too much force. He heard a cracking sound from her neck. It seemed like she was really injured, but it shouldn't be a big deal. Lu Yi nodded and didn't argue with her. He instructed the woman beside him. Explain the situation to her. They were both women, and they were both in the early stage of the constellation realm. They should have some common topics, so it was undoubtedly better to let her speak. The woman quickly went forward and pulled the ghost cultivator's hand and started whispering to her. Lu Yi didn't know what she was talking about, or if she could accurately express his intentions. But since he had handed the matter over to her, then let her be. When she vaguely heard the 3 words Fa Wuzuan, the ghost cultivator's gaze started to become strange. She glanced at Lu Yi from time to time, then nodded repeatedly. Lu Yi waited for a while before the woman pulled the ghost cultivator to him and said, Let's agree on this. We're companions now, and we'll follow you from now on. The ghost cultivator was a little wary. She still tilted her head and asked Lu Yi, What are you after? She was afraid that he would say that he was after her body, but she didn't expect that. Lu Yi pondered for a while, and then said righteously, Helping the weak is our duty as a cultivator. What do I need? The ghost cultivator obviously didn't believe it. There might be such a person in the world, but the guy in front of her was definitely not one. But since things had come to this, she seemed to have no other choice. And if the guy in front of her was really Fa Wuzuan, it was a good thing to be his companion. Any other questions? Lu Yi asked. The ghost cultivator wanted to shake her head, but she didn't. No. In this case, let's get to know each other first. I'm Fa Wuzuan. Lu Yi glanced at the woman who followed him at the beginning. You're. Speaking of which, he hadn't asked her name yet. He was too lazy to ask, so he said casually, Forget it. She's Xiao Dai. Then he looked at the ghost cultivator. Your crooked teeth. Xiao Dai, ? Crooked teeth, ? End of this chapter. Chapter 1418. On the Dead Star, the expressions of the 2 women were extremely bitter. However, they had experienced Fa Wuzuan's strength, so they didn't dare to have any objection. 2 companions. Finally, he could start to implement his plan. If there was only Dumbo, the twinned chi and branch formation plate couldn't play any role. Although it could connect Lu Yi and Dumbo's chi to borrow each other's strength, 2 people couldn't form a formation. At least 3 people were needed. It was undoubtedly a very wise choice to let Dumbo act alone. Soon he found crooked teeth. Lu Yi took out the twin chi and branch formation plate slowly. I have a treasure which is mysterious and unparalleled. Feel its power. As he said, he activated the power of the formation plate. When Lu Yi took out this thing in the melee, Chu Xin and Invincible Lucky Star were also shocked by Dumbo and crooked teeth. Even though they were women who hadn't seen much of the world, they felt all kinds of mysteries of the formation plate at the first time. They also felt the strong foundation in Lu Ye's body, especially crooked teeth. She just realized Lu Ye's strength. Now it seemed that she still underestimated him. When they were feeling it, Lu Yi explained the magic of the formation plate in detail. The two couldn't help nodding, and their eyes were full of splendor. Fa Wuzuan was powerful. With the help of such a formation plate, as long as the number of enemies wasn't too many, they could go anywhere in the melee, even though the melee was large. You take it. Lu Yi handed the formation plate to Dumbo. Dumbo was happy for me. You use it. Oh. Dumbo just reacted. She activated her spiritual power and poured it into the formation plate to familiarize herself with it. It was very easy to use the formation plate. Dumbo understood it quickly. Lu Yi gave another instruction. Hold it with both hands and hold it above your head. Okay. Dumbo didn't ask anything and did as she was told. After knowing that Lu Yi didn't abandon her from the beginning to the end, Dumbo had an inexplicable trust in him. Looking at Dumbo's appearance, Lu Yi nodded with satisfaction. Do this when you encounter enemies. Pay attention to recovering your spiritual power. Crooked Teeth looked coldly at the side. She couldn't bear to look directly. She only felt that Dumbo looked silly. Lu Yi turned to look at her. I still need to find 2 more companions. I want them to be in the early stage of the constellation realm. Have you met any suitable candidates? The crooked teeth hid here. Obviously, it knew that its strength was not enough. Once it was discovered, it would probably become the achievement of others. Dumbo also came here, which meant that there might be more constellations hiding on this dead star in the early stage. After I came here, I only met you guys. There was no one else. Crooked Teeth replied, but I have a question. Speak. Shouldn't a powerhouse like you find other powerhouses and join forces with them? Why do you insist on finding an early stage constellation as your companion? Lu Yi looked straight into her bright eyes. My favorite thing to do is to help the weak. Oh, Crooked Teeth seemed to understand and turned his head to curl his lips. Let's go. Lu Yi called out and took the lead to fly out. Little Dumb and Crooked Tooth followed closely behind like 2 protectors. Lu Yi decided to plow through this Death Star. He might be able to find something. If he couldn't find it on this Death Star, he would go to other Death Stars. The chaotic battle arena was so big, even if there weren't many people participating in the early stages, he would still be able to find someone who met his requirements. Even if he couldn't find someone, it didn't matter. A 5-man team was only his goal. 4 or 3 people could also display the power of the twin spirit-connected branches array disk. As he flew at a low altitude, his divine perception spread out in all directions, making sure that he did not miss anything. Crooked Teeth Chow was not the only cultivator hiding on this dead star. There were other constellations as well. Lu Ye's team consisted of 3 people, 1 mid-stage and 2 early stage. Their configuration was low-end, and they had no intention of hiding, so it was easy for them to be targeted. Along the way, they encountered a few battles. They were all caused by people who sensed their auras and took the initiative to stir up trouble. Since they had taken the initiative to come here, they naturally had a certain degree of confidence. At the very least, their strength on the surface should surpass Lu Ye's team. But after exchanging blows, all of them were defeated without exception. After a few big battles, there was no one left on the dead star. Dumbo was not surprised. After all, when he followed Lu Yi before, he fought alone. Now the 3 of them were together, and Lu Ye's strength was stronger than before. It seemed that those invading enemies were vulnerable. Crooked Teeth Chow's vision was broadened. Originally, he was forced to join this team, so he was a little reluctant. But now he knew that this was his biggest luck this time. When flying out of the dead star, Dumbo couldn't help but ask, Senior Fellow Apprentice FA, wasn't there an early-stage constellation just now? Why did you eliminate him? Speaking of which, the early-stage constellation was also unlucky. He hid well, but somehow he was found by F.A. Wuzuan. The result was naturally not good. He's too ugly. Lu Yi replied casually. Crooked Teeth Chiao was speechless. In fact, before finding Crooked Teeth Chiao, Lu Ye's goal was simply the early-stage constellation. But after finding Crooked Teeth Chiao, he thought of more. Since he wanted to show the power of the twin spirit connected branches array disk and make it famous, then the visual effect must be considered. In this 3-person team, except for himself, the other 2 were women, and each of them was very beautiful. If he found 2 more beautiful women, the visual effect would undoubtedly be outstanding. On the contrary, if there were men joining, it seemed to destroy the beauty. So Lu Yi decided that the next candidate he would find was better to go without than to be substandard. First, the cultivation should be at the early stage constellation. Second, it should be women, and they should be beautiful women. It was not easy to find such a target, but even if he couldn't find one, it didn't matter. Dumbo and Crooked Teeth Chiao were enough. When leading the 2 of them to fly to the next dead star, Lu Yi suddenly caught a glimpse of something strange from the corner of his eyes. When he turned his head and looked into the distance, he saw several purple lights blooming everywhere in the starry sky. The lights were not bright at first, but soon became dazzling, directly illuminating the vast void with purple, and then slowly converging. What came with it was a very strong fluctuation of spiritual power. A treasure has appeared. Crooked Teeth Chiao was a little excited. In the Chaos Assembly, there are not only confrontations between cultivators, but also many unexpected events. This was also the operation of the Constellation Hall's rules. Just like now, when an inexplicable treasure suddenly appeared, it would inevitably cause cultivators from all sides to go investigate and fight over it, which would intensify the intensity of the competition. The treasures that appeared in the battlefield of the Chaos Assembly didn't have any rules. There were all kinds of things. Some could be brought out, and some could only be used in this battlefield and couldn't be brought out. It was hard to say which was more valuable. The treasures that could be brought out were naturally valuable because they could be sold. Someone once obtained a treasure that could only be used in the Moon Jade realm and easily sold it for hundreds of thousands of spiritual jades. It could be said to be a classic example of getting rich overnight. The treasures that couldn't be brought out were not completely worthless because they could be used to fight here. They were often very powerful and had all kinds of strange effects. Cultivators could even rely on these treasures to defeat stronger opponents and win by surprise. So, in the Chaos Assembly, strength was not the only thing that mattered. Luck was also equally important. The treasures that appeared in the battlefield of the Chaos Assembly were mostly heavenly treasures, but there were also other types of treasures. The so-called heavenly treasures were basically limited by the number of times they could be used. They were the kind that couldn't be used after a certain number of times. When Lu Yi learned about these things, the first thing he thought of was the Cloud River Battlefield's hunting ground. The rules of the hunting ground and the rules of the Chaos Assembly had a lot of similarities. This was not a coincidence. It was because the previous experts of the 9 regions had poured too much effort into the creation of the Plate of Heavenly Secrets. Those experts must have also participated in the Constellation Hall Chaotic Assembly. Therefore, the Plate of Heavenly Secrets contained this information. The Heavenly Secrets Plate's artifact spirit had fused with the 9 provinces' world essence, giving birth to the artifact spirit Little 9. Little 9 naturally had some understanding of the rules of the Chaos Assembly. The hunting ground it created was, to a large extent, an imitation of the Chaos Assembly. However, the size of the hunting ground was different, and the cultivators participating were different. The hunting ground had a hunting list, but the Chaos Assembly didn't. However, the Chaos Assembly itself was a form of competition in the Constellation Hall. In the end, the cultivators' gains and achievements would be reflected on the hunting list. It had only been 2 days since the chaos assembly began. This was the first time a treasure had appeared, and no one knew what it was. With such an unexpected event, anyone would be unable to hold back their curiosity. Those with strong cultivations could take the opportunity to increase their gains, and those with weak cultivations could also join in the fun to see if there were any benefits to be gained. Of course, the most important point was that every time a treasure appeared, there would be a large amount of pure starry sky energy in the area where the treasure was located. Its essence was the same as the mysterious light that fell from the sky at the end of the arena battle. For the cultivators who frequently participated in the battle, this was a good opportunity to quickly replenish their own consumption. Therefore, in the battlefield of the Chaos Assembly, every time a treasure appeared, the cultivators would gather and the battle would be at its fiercest. Lu Yi knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had come. On this side, he was simply leading Dumbo and Crooked Teeth to kill, so the attention he could attract was limited. However, the appearance of a treasure was different. Every time a treasure appeared, a large amount of attention would be focused on it. However, there were several treasures appearing this time, and they seemed to be of the same type. In other words, there would be several battlefields. Lu Yi didn't deliberately choose one, and only stared at the one closest to him. He didn't rush forward, but stopped and ordered, "Hurry up and recover. You won't have time to recover when the battle starts." When the 2 women heard this, they both knew that the real test was about to come. If it was an ordinary 3-person team with such cultivation, it would be best not to get involved in such a thing, so as to avoid unnecessary danger. However, F.A. Wuzuin was a guy who didn't want to be left out. Naturally, he would join in wherever the fun was. They didn't persuade him because the 2 women felt that F.A. Wuzuin's strength was qualified to participate. They immediately took out spiritual jades and silently recovered. End of chapter. Chapter 1419. The appearance of the unknown treasure attracted the attention of all the cultivators. Following the appearance of the purple light, the cultivators hidden in various places were like sharks that had smelled blood. One after another, they revealed themselves and rushed towards their chosen targets. In a short time, the area where the purple lights were became lively, as if a handful of salt had been sprinkled into a hot pot. The spiritual tattoos surged chaotically and colorful lights bloomed. It seemed that someone had ignited brilliant fireworks in these areas. However, under this beautiful and colorful surface, there was a huge danger and crisis. The cultivators, on the other hand, did not hesitate. In fact, it could even be said that they were enjoying it. Lu Yi waited for a while until the battlefield closest to him was lively enough. Then he waved the bloody long saber in his hand and led Dumbo and Crooked Teeth to rush forward. Dumbo listened to Lu Ye's previous exhortation. He raised the formation plate high and put it on top of his head. He urged the spiritual power to pour into it to maintain the power of the formation plate. The 3 of them still formed the simplest 3 talents battle array and rushed into the chaotic battlefield. The first to bear the brunt were the 2 late-stage constellation warriors. These 2 people were obviously in a state of cooperation. No one knew whether they had known each other before or formed a temporary alliance after coming here, but they were undoubtedly experienced. At this time, they did not rashly approach the location of the treasure, but just wandered around the periphery, because they knew that if they rashly approached the treasure before the situation was clear, it would only lead to strong attacks from all sides. Even if they had good cultivation, they might not be able to resist. So if they wanted to grab the treasure, they had to find a way to eliminate the opponent first. Only when the situation gradually became clear, it was the best time to grab the treasure. Feeling the aura of Lu Yi and the other 2 people from a distance, the 2 people tacitly attacked from left and right. Lu Yi looked at them for a while and immediately turned his direction to meet the person on the left. The distance was quickly shortened, and they collided in an instant. The bloody long saber broke through the air and rolled up boundless red light. It was like a red tide, wrapping the enemy in it. When the violent spiritual power fluctuated and the saber light flashed, the late-stage Constellation Warrior's face changed dramatically. The original offensive instantly turned into a defensive position, and then he quickly retreated. However, the bloody long saber was like a maggot in a tarsal bone. It directly cut him until he doubted his life. For a moment, he had an illusion that he might have sensed wrongly. After taking a closer look, he realized that the person holding the saber was indeed only at the middle stage. If he had been alone, the situation would have been dire. However, he still had a companion. While they were fighting, his companion had also closed in. Lu Yi didn't have the chance to kill all of them. A huge saber ray slashed out, forcing the late-stage star constellation in front of him to retreat. At the same time, he changed the direction of his saber and faced the second person. This second late-stage Constellation Warrior's strength was slightly stronger than the first person, but not by much. Originally, when he saw that his companion was at a disadvantage, he was still puzzled. He didn't know why his temporary ally performed so poorly. It was only when he faced that blood-colored long saber that he understood the profundity. The soft persimmon that the two of them thought was actually a tough nut to crack. There was not much difference in strength, and this person's experience was not much better than his companion's. He immediately understood that it was impossible for him to defeat this group of three who were not very strong. Unless his companions came to help him, he would have a chance. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, his expression changed dramatically. This was because when he faced Lu Yi, he could clearly see a ghostly figure appear behind his companion. That figure then attacked like lightning. His companion, who had the cultivation of the late stage, didn't even notice it. Blood bloomed, and his companion's chest was broken. A small hand, holding a beating heart, reached out from inside. The scene was horrifying and terrifying. The moment of shock made his situation worse. When he realized that something was wrong, he still had a little chance to get rid of Lu Yi, but now it was too late to get rid of him. Realizing that his life would be in danger if he didn't leave, this late-stage Constellation Warrior didn't hesitate anymore. He resisted Lu Ye's fierce attacks and withdrew from the battlefield. The most important thing was that he was afraid that the ghost cultivator who suddenly appeared would kill him in the entanglement. If he was forced to withdraw from this place, it would also be counted as Lu Ye's harvest. After the chaotic battle was over, it would also increase his accumulation. Although Dumbo and Crooked Teeth didn't fight in this battle, they did contribute after all. Naturally, they could get a share. After eliminating this late-stage Constellation Warrior, Lu Yi immediately turned his head and looked to one side. At a glance, he saw a familiar figure who was seizing his trophies. Ghost! Lu Yi really didn't know that this woman was also in the chaotic battle, but it was not strange for her to sign up for such a battle. This woman was born in the Ghost clan and was a natural ghost cultivator. Her strength was extremely good, which was most suitable for such a chaotic battlefield. In front of her, the late-stage Constellation Warrior, who was forced to retreat by Lu Yi, had his chi annihilated. There was a hole in his chest, and blood was gushing out. This was blatantly snatching the kill, and snatching the trophies. Lu Yi held a long knife and led Dumbo and Crooked Teeth to kill Ghost. This woman just looked up at him, and the corners of her eyes curved as if she was smiling at him. Then her figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. When Lu Yi arrived at the place and spread out his divine thoughts, he couldn't find any trace of her. He didn't know where she was hiding. Standing there in silence for a moment, Lu Yi took out the musical notes to check. Through the traces of the musical notes, he could infer that Ghost was indeed in the chaotic battle, but Puku wasn't here. Maybe he didn't sign up, or he wasn't selected. But even if Puku was here, Lu Yi couldn't join hands with him. F.A. Wuzuin was going to do something big, and it was not suitable for him to involve people he knew. As for Ghost, Lu Yi was sure that she didn't recognize him. It was just a coincidence. Maybe this woman's original target was the three of them, But with the failure of the late-stage constellation warrior in the battle, she changed her target. Now that she had hidden, there was no need to continue searching. Putting away the musical notes, he continued to kill. It had been 2 days since the chaotic battle began. During these 2 days, most of the cultivators found their temporary allies, either in pairs or in groups of 3 or 5. But they were all in the constellation realm. Even if they joined hands with others, it was impossible to have too many people, because it would be chaotic if there were too many people. Human nature was complicated. The basis of joining hands was a certain degree of trust. If there were too many people, the foundation of trust would not exist. There were also some who fought alone. These people either had such a personal style or were powerful. Take Ghost as an example. She was a late-stage ghost cultivator, so she was suitable to act alone and sneak around. She didn't need to care about anyone, and no one could care about her. She would take advantage if there was something and hide if there wasn't. She was very free and easy. Other teams were more cautious. Even if they were interested in the treasure, they wouldn't approach it rashly. But Lu Ye's team didn't care so much. He led his 2 allies all the way and quickly approached the location of the purple light. On the way, they kept fighting with the enemies. Some of them were intercepted by others, and some of them took the initiative to attack others. It could even be said that 2 groups were locked in a fight, and Lu Ye's team also rushed over to interfere, which made the other side extremely uncomfortable. There was only one principle when rushing forward. Anyone who blocked the way ahead was an enemy. Lu Ye's team seemed to be invincible, but Dumbo and Crooked Teeth were sweating. They only felt F.A. Wuzuan's strength before, but now they realized his madness. Under such a rush, even if F.A. Wuzuan bore the most pressure, their hearts still beat fast in the face of the continuous attack of the saber light, sword shadow, and many spells. If F.A. Wuzuan could maintain such an irresistible force, their lives wouldn't be in danger. But once F.A. Wuzuan's attack was blocked, the 2 of them would inevitably fall into a great crisis. At that time, even if the 3 of them maintained their formation, they might not be able to protect themselves. But there was not much they could do now. Except for protecting themselves, they could only pray that F.A. Wuzuan was strong enough. The battlefield where Lu Yi was fierce and lively, and the other battlefields where the treasure was located were also very lively. At the same time, countless pairs of eyes were gathered on these battlefields, eagerly watching. In the 935th hall, next to the points list, Chu Shen, who was eliminated, was immersed in the list, checking with rapt attention. The Battle Royale was the most special form of the competition in the Constellation Palace, because in other forms, the cultivators who didn't participate in the battle couldn't see the battle scene. Only the Battle Royale could. Like Chu Shen at this moment, immersing his mind in the points list, he could enter the battlefield of the Battle Royale from a strange perspective. In this perspective, he could see some things and feel some things, but he couldn't do anything. Since he was eliminated, he had maintained this state. That strange perspective had always been beside Lu Yi, as if he was invisible, overlooking Lu Yi from a high place. He clearly saw Lu Yi avenging him by forcing a woman in the early stage of the Constellation Palace. He also saw Lu Yi take the woman and kill everyone. He also saw Lu Yi and the woman separated, and then quietly followed her to a dead star. He also saw the scene of him taking Crooked Teeth down. Until now, Chu Shen was very sad, because originally he was invincible behind Lu Yi. In the end, he was eliminated early, and now 2 women jumped out of nowhere to take advantage of him. Just as he was feeling lonely, he suddenly heard someone beside him say, "Senior brother, look at the battlefield here. This 3-person team is very powerful. Although there's only 1 middle stage and 2 early stage, they actually killed the late stage cultivators to the point where they couldn't even fight back." Where the senior brother beside him was instantly interested. That junior brother hurriedly told him the location of the battlefield and the characteristics of the 3-person team. A moment later, the senior brother also found the location of Lu Ye's team. After looking around, he couldn't help but be shocked. What's up with these three people? How can they be so powerful? When he heard his junior brother say it just now, he thought it was a bit exaggerated. One middle stage and two early stage cultivators, no matter how powerful they were. How powerful could they be? But after seeing it with his own eyes, he finally understood what it meant to cut melons and vegetables. Chapter 1420. The conversation between the senior and junior brothers piqued the interest of the surrounding cultivators. Even star constellations liked to watch a show, especially the cultivators gathered around the ranking board. Everyone came with the intention of watching a show. Since there was such a show, who wouldn't want to take a few more glances? Soon, under the guidance of the senior and junior brothers, a large group of people's gazes gathered on the battlefield where Lu Yi was. Hearing the exclamations and praises around him, Chu Xin's already sad mood became even sadder. Such a big opportunity to be in the limelight and make a name for himself was ruined by him. He really wanted to cry, but had no tears. Although he wasn't in a good mood, he still couldn't help but say, "That's my big brother, F.A. Wuzuan." F.A. Wuzuan? Someone continued, "The F.A. Wuzuan on the ranking board." Chu Xin said proudly, "That's right. He's ranked so high, but he's only in the middle stage? Fellow Taoist, are you mistaken? Believe it or not." Chu Xin was too lazy to explain. However, someone said, "That's indeed F.A. Wuzuan. I was fortunate enough to fight with him once. To be honest, I wasn't his match at all." Everyone looked over and saw a late-stage star constellation cultivator speaking. The reason they knew his cultivation was naturally because he intentionally revealed it. Since the person involved stood up and spoke, naturally no one doubted it. However, everyone was still amazed because, according to what they knew, those who could leave their names on the ranking board were all late-stage star constellation cultivators, and they weren't ordinary late-stage star constellation cultivators. Only today did they understand that not only were there late-stage star constellation cultivators, there was also a middle-stage star constellation cultivator. It was truly an eye-opener. The cultivator, surnamed Lu, said, "Although I wasn't F.A. Wuzuan's match at that time, he didn't seem to be this powerful." Someone laughed. "Then he was merciful when he beat you up." The cultivator, surnamed Lu, didn't mind and only shook his head. "It's not just because of that. The bigger reason might be that the three of them formed a formation." Many spectating cultivators expressed their agreement because, under everyone's gaze, F.A. Wuzuan and his two female companions did indeed form a simple tripartite formation. However, even the simplest three talents formation could only be formed by people who were familiar with each other. In this chaotic meeting, it was not easy to meet two people who were familiar with each other. It could only be said that Wu Zun's luck was not bad, and the two early-stage women's luck was even better. Chu Xin was originally just casually listening, but at this moment he was suddenly startled, faintly having a bad feeling. He knew the secrets of the twin Qi connected branch array disk. After all, he had personally experienced it. However, the others didn't know. They thought that F.A. Wuzuan was familiar with the two girls, which was why he was able to form the array. If someone with ulterior motives were to see through this and leak the news, then wouldn't the secret of the disk array be known to everyone? When the time came, all the major powers would focus their attention on the disk array. If someone were to buy it from F.A. Wuzuan at a high price, Chu Xin's expression became serious. But on second thought, the big shot had already promised to give him the disk array. He shouldn't go back on his word. After all, they were both people who had left their names on the chip accumulation leaderboard. Their words were like nails, and they wouldn't go back on their word. He comforted himself. Once the chaotic meeting was over, the precious disk array would be his. Then he could take the disk array and negotiate with his mother so that she wouldn't care about him in the future. That way, he could be free and unfettered. Wouldn't that be perfect? Thinking of this, Chu Xin couldn't help but laugh. However, the words of the person next to him made his mood instantly become uneasy. Why is that woman carrying the disc array on her head? Chu Xin's expression immediately became fierce. He wished he could rush into the battlefield and beat up that dazed-looking woman so that she could hide the disc array. The mystery of the disc array could not be exposed. At this time, it wasn't just the cultivators in the hall who were paying attention to Lu Ye's group of 3. Countless pairs of eyes from all over the hall were focused on them. Perhaps some people didn't notice before, but as they scanned the battlefield, the eye-catching performance of Lu Ye's group naturally attracted everyone's attention. There were also some people with good eyesight who saw the disc array's extraordinariness. But as for how mysterious it was, they couldn't feel it without personally experiencing it. On the battlefield of the chaotic meeting, Lu Yi had led Dumbo and Crooked Teeth to a place not far from the treasure. Before, when they were not close enough, they didn't know what the treasure was. But now that they were close enough, they realized that it was a purple amulet. No wonder it was full of purple when it was born, and there were several of them at once. There was no doubt that it could be sold. Of course, if it was an ordinary purple amulet, even if it was valuable, its value would be limited. For the constellation realm, it was barely a good harvest and could be sold for some spiritual jades. But if it was a purple amulet of the dwarf clan, its value would be huge. Lu Yi didn't know whether the purple amulet was an ordinary one or a purple amulet of the dwarf clan. But a treasure that appeared on the battlefield of the chaotic meeting shouldn't be too shabby, so it was very likely to be the latter. However, as his group approached, attacks came from all directions. Obviously, his action of preparing to collect the treasure had aroused the hostility of all the cultivators, which was why no one had collected the purple amulet until now. No one could get close to it, even if it was Lu Ye's squad. In the face of such an offensive, they could only temporarily avoid the spearhead. Their momentum didn't stop, and they continued to charge forward, still invincible. The only thing that made Lu Yi angry was that Ghost had been wandering nearby. Her figure came and went like a ghost. Lu Yi could occasionally catch her traces, but considering that they knew each other, it was not good to really attack, so he could only let her do whatever she wanted. However, this woman didn't have any self-awareness and had already stolen many people's heads. Without exception, those who were targeted by this woman had their hearts dug out and died. She was extremely ruthless. Lu Yi was going to find a chance to teach her a lesson, so that she would know that it was not so easy to steal his heads. The group quickly killed their way to the edge of the battlefield on the other side. At this moment, there were 2 groups of people fighting fiercely here. Lu Yi didn't think too much, but when he looked over, his eyes lit up, because there were 2 early-stage Constellation Realm cultivators in one group, and they were both women. These 2 early-stage Constellation Realm cultivators were not only as beautiful as flowers, but also looked exactly the same. What was more rare was that they were 2 sword cultivators. Without a doubt, they were the twin sisters. The 2 of them had probably cultivated a type of joint attack technique. They each activated their sword chi and gathered it into a river. One sword river enveloped the surroundings as a defense, while the other sword river was controlled by the 2 sisters. They fought fiercely against their enemies. The situation was not good. Although they still had a late-stage companion, there were more enemies fighting with them, and their overall cultivation was stronger. Lu Yi looked at the 2 sisters with bright eyes, but when his vision turned to their late-stage companion, his face was full of disgust. This late-stage companion was a male-body cultivator with rough skin and thick flesh. He had to find a way to get rid of him. If he ignored him, Lu Yi was afraid that the 2 sisters would be eliminated first. Both of them were early-stage sword cultivators. Although they had the protection of the Sword River, they were also tottering under the enemy's strong attack. He thought of something and transmitted the sound. "Do you see that body cultivator over there? Eliminate him, and I'll call it even for you to steal my head." Dumbo and Crooked Teeth were confused. They could feel that he was transmitting the sound to someone, but they didn't know who he was transmitting the sound to. There was no response. Lu Yi was not surprised, but he was sure that Ghost was nearby, but she hid very well. 2,000 spiritual jades. Lu Yi took out an empty storage ring, put 2,000 spiritual jades in it, and then bent his fingers and flicked it casually. The storage ring flew not far away, and a small hand appeared out of thin air and caught it. At the same time, Ghost's voice came to Lu Ye's ears. I take your money, and I have to eliminate your disaster. I'll take this deal. After a short while, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared behind the body cultivator who was resisting the enemy's strong attack. As usual, her hand was as fast as lightning, going straight for the body cultivator's back. The body cultivator's face suddenly changed. His chi and blood were surging, and his flesh and blood were shaking. Ghost had attacked many times before, and there was no precedent of failure. It was not only the reflection of her own strength, but also the clever timing of her attack. In addition, the people who were attacked by her were all concentrating on resisting Lu Ye's strong attack, so they were not prepared for the crisis coming from behind. But this time was different. After all, she was dealing with a body cultivator. As the body cultivator's flesh and blood squirmed, Ghost's hand that had pierced into his body was unable to move an inch further, as if it was stuck. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the body cultivator suddenly rushed forward. Ghost took the opportunity to withdraw her hand, and as she did so, her figure disappeared. The body cultivator's situation was getting worse. Although he had forcefully escaped Ghost's attack, what greeted him was an even more violent attack from the enemy. With a helpless sigh, he retreated on the spot. His figure disappeared, and many attacks hit empty air. The sword cultivator sisters' expressions became solemn. Originally, they had a body cultivator companion to share the pressure for them, so they could barely hold on, but with their companion's withdrawal, the two of them were unable to continue. The two of them were also decisive. Realizing that things were not going well, they immediately urged the Sword River protecting them to merge with the other Sword River, preparing to make a last stand. At this moment, a fierce aura came from the side, causing the two sisters to become vigilant and their attacks to slow down. Immediately after, they saw 3 figures brazenly charging into the already chaotic battlefield. The enemies that the two of them had been struggling to deal with were actually unable to withstand a single blow from these 3 people. In just one collision, the enemy had already lost a member, and the one who lost was the strongest of the enemy, the late-stage constellation cultivator. The 3 people who had charged into the battlefield swept past them. The 2 sisters were still vigilant, but the moment they brushed past each other, the 2 of them were surprised to find that an inexplicable force had enveloped them, allowing their auras to easily connect with the other 3. There was no discussion, nor the slightest exchange of words. The 2 sisters looked at each other, and with a leap, they almost instinctively joined the other party's formation. The aura of Lu Yi, who was in the lead, became even more violent. End of chapter. Chapter 14:21. When the 3 of them were in a formation, Lu Ye's team's attacks were already extremely sharp. Now that they were in a 5-man formation, they were even more formidable. On the other hand, the enemies they were targeting, after losing a late-stage Constellation Realm cultivator, were unable to perform well. Coupled with the great danger brought by the Phantom's flickering figure, they were even more wary of attacking. In just a few moments of fighting, this relatively strong team was completely annihilated, either injured or dead, leaving the scene in a sorry state. In the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance, Lu Quan politely sent Lu Yi to the door. Most of the cultivators in the outer circle were relatively poor, unless they were disciples from large sections. As such, it wasn't easy to come across a transaction with a few dozen spirit stones. Moreover, Lu Ye's personality was quite straightforward, so Lu Quan naturally wanted to become more familiar with him so that he could take care of business in the future. After watching Lu Ye's figure disappear, Lu Quan turned around and a fragrant wind blew in his face. Someone was standing behind him. "You scared me," Lu Quan grumbled. "Why are you standing behind me instead of greeting the guests?" The person said sweetly, "I missed you." Lu Quan glanced around with a guilty conscience and found that no one was paying attention to them. So he lowered his voice and said, "I'll look for you when I get off work tonight." "Sure," the woman replied with a smile. Lu Quan walked towards the hall as if nothing had happened and greeted the other guests. The woman glanced in the direction Lu Yi left, a thoughtful look in her eyes. When night fell, they naturally lingered around each other and stopped. The two of them chatted casually, and the topic was intentionally or unintentionally led by the woman to their daily transactions. Lu Quan was a little sleepy, so he responded intermittently and soon fell asleep. The woman laid in his arms, but she found it difficult to fall asleep. If she wasn't mistaken, the customer during the day was the one she received half a month ago. He sold a lot of ores and bought some spirit pills before leaving. She didn't expect that in just half a month he would come to sell ores again. Looking at the guest's appearance, there was no doubt that he was a loose cultivator. A loose cultivator who had no one to rely on was able to amass a fortune of dozens of spirit stones in such a short period of time. If she worked in the Tianji Business Alliance, including the extra income, she would at most get 12 or 13 spiritual stones per month. This reminded her of her days as a loose cultivator. When she compared them, she couldn't help but feel a little bitter. After letting her imagination run wild for a long time, she finally felt sleepy. However, she couldn't sleep well. At the same time, Lu Yi was cultivating in a cave on Mount Azure Cloud. During the day, after he finished his business at the Tianji Business Alliance, he bought a lot of food with the remaining spirit stones and rushed back without stopping. Only then did he make it back before nightfall. With enough spirit pills, he immediately began to take them and cultivate. As the spiritual pills were consumed one by one, the spiritual energy in the 15th orifice was gradually filled up, and it continued to rush towards the 16th orifice. 12 days later, Lu Yi sat cross-legged in the cave, meditating. Today was a big day. If everything went well, he would break through to the second-order spirit stream realm today. Since returning 12 days ago, he had consumed more than 30 spirit accumulation pills one after another and finally opened the 18th orifice. Moreover, he had already cultivated the 18th orifice to the brim level. Recalling the cultivation route in the Golden Cicada Free Art, Lu Yi urged his spiritual energy, starting from the 10th orifice, going through the 11th orifice, the 12th, and finally the 18th. When he reached the first order spirit stream realm, he had done this before, so now he was quite familiar with it and didn't encounter any difficulties. His spiritual energy smoothly passed through the 9 spirit apertures and slowly flowed like a stream. With Lu Ye's practice, the spiritual energy in the 9 spirit apertures continued to flow faster and faster, cycling back and forth. When it reached its limit, Lu Yi felt his body shake, and a wave of energy swept out. The spiritual energy in the 10th to 18th orifice began to circulate on its own. Second-order spirit stream realm. Success! Having had such an experience before, Lu Yi wasn't too happy about it. Instead, he was indifferent to it. Today, he was no longer the little 3-orifice cultivator who had wandered into the spirit stream battlefield 2 months ago. If reaching the first-order spirit stream realm gave him the qualifications to survive in the outer ring of the battlefield, then reaching the second-order spirit stream realm gave him the qualifications to walk freely. Of course, there was still a gap between him and those cultivators with higher cultivation, but Lu Yi was already very satisfied. Compared to him, he had spent about 40 days, but from the first to the second layer, he had used less than a month. The main reason was that he had sufficient cultivation resources, but even so, this cultivation speed was still extremely terrifying. One had to know that in the early stages of cultivation, a cultivator would need about 10 days to open a new orifice. This was because their main method of cultivation was to absorb world energy. If their cultivation wasn't high enough, the efficiency of absorbing world energy wouldn't be high, so their cultivation speed naturally wouldn't be fast. This situation would only improve slightly after reaching the fourth order spirit stream realm. In other words, in the early stages of cultivation, it was normal for an ordinary cultivator to break through one layer in 3 months. But for Lu Yi, he could break through one layer in a month on average. This was the joy of cultivation. When he was in the first order, Lu Ye's body only had a small cycle from the source spirit aperture to the 9th orifice. But after reaching the second order, there was an additional cycle from the 10th orifice to the 18th orifice. Now he had 2 spirit chi circulation systems in his body. As a result, he could stimulate more spirit energy in a short period of time, and the destructive power of his spirit energy would naturally be stronger. At the third order, there would be 3 spirit chi circulation systems and so on. A 9th order spirit stream realm cultivator would have 9 spirit chi circulation systems in their body. There were still 30 spirit accumulation pills left. Although Lu Yi wanted to continue cultivating, he also knew that haste made waste. He first ate something, then walked out of the cave and found a mountain spring to take a bath. After changing into a clean set of clothes, he took out the golden cicada carefree secret art and studied it while the spring water gurgled. Next, he wanted to advance to the third order spirit stream realm. He needed to figure out the location of the spirit apertures after the 18th orifice so that it would be convenient for him to continue cultivating. The mountains were quiet, and the occasional sound of birds chirping and insects flying could be heard. The mottled sunlight penetrated the screen of leaves and shone on the side of the young man's face, making this scene seem like a scene from a painting. "What are you doing sneaking around?" Lu Yi shouted without raising his head. On the trunk of a big tree to the side, a small head poked out. If someone who didn't know saw her appearance, they would definitely be frightened. Yi looked at the reading material in Lu Ye's hand. After seeing that it was a low-level secret art, she curled her lips in disdain. "What's the matter?" Lu Yi resisted the urge to punch her, tilting his head and asking, "When are you leaving?" Yi asked. Although Lu Yi hadn't come out to hunt during this time, this was still her and Dahu's territory. How could they allow others to sleep beside them? If it weren't for her fear of the spirit talisman in Lu Ye's hands, she would have already cooperated with Dahu to drive Lu Yi away. However, having suffered a loss at Lu Ye's hands, Yi didn't dare act rashly. What's more, Yi could see that Lu Yi was much stronger than he was 2 months ago. Lu Yi closed the book, stood up, and stretched. "I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep." "Hey, I asked you a question." Yi shouted angrily, but she didn't get a response. She could only grit her teeth and curse. "Scoundrel, smelly thing, you really piss me off. Why ya?" She clawed at the tree next to her, splinters flying everywhere. The spirit disappeared, and Lu Yi led his team of 4 to the purple amulet. He raised his hand and tried to grab it, but when he was about 10 inches away from the purple amulet, his hand was blocked by an invisible barrier. This was the treasure's barrier. He turned his claw into a palm, pressed it against the barrier, and poured his spiritual energy into it. When someone interfered, it was not easy to break the barrier, but when there was no interference, it was easy to break it. It only took 20 breaths of time. After being grounded for 4 hours, Lu Yi put away his sword and walked to a dark corner. He took out his water sack, washed it a little, put on his clothes, and returned to the cliff. Dahu had already fallen asleep, his snores shaking the sky. Yi was still sitting there, probably waiting for him. However, when she saw Lu Ye's expression, she felt a little strange, because Lu Yi seemed to have made a difficult decision at the moment. He had an expression that said, "Even if there are tens of thousands of people around me, I will still go forward." 3, she couldn't help but tilt her head. Lu Yi sat down cross-legged with a knot in his stomach. After thinking for a while, he told Yi, "If I faint later, don't worry too much." Yi was puzzled. Lu Yi didn't explain too much. He closed his eyes and immersed his mind, once again seeing the talent tree entrenched in his source aperture. On the huge crown of the tree, 3 leaves were burning, and the 4th one had already bloomed, but it didn't burn. In the mine of the Evil Moon Valley, the first burning leaf appeared on his talent tree, carrying a kind of sharp spirit pattern. If it weren't for the sharp spirit pattern, he wouldn't have been able to kill the seriously injured Zhou Cheng so easily. He wouldn't have been able to pierce through the protective spiritual energy of the fair-skinned man, and he wouldn't have been able to severely injure the snake demon and finally win. It could be said that this spirit pattern had brought great help to Lu Yi at several critical moments. Now, 2 more leaves on the talent tree were burning. While he was nervous, he was also looking forward to what kind of spirit pattern he would get. Slowly focusing his attention, Lu Yi looked at one of the burning leaves. Just like the last time, the small leaf quickly enlarged, and in the blink of an eye, it filled all his vision and thoughts. At the same time, a large amount of information uncontrollably poured into his mind. Lu Yi once again had the feeling that someone had smashed his head with a hammer. Last time he directly fainted. This time, although he felt that the world was spinning and the pain was unbearable, he didn't faint. Lu Yi would rather have fainted because the whole process gave him a feeling that death was better than living. It was as if someone had opened up his brain, forcibly stuffed something he didn't understand into it, and stirred it up. He suddenly opened his eyes, a suppressed growl came from his throat, and his eyes were blood red. Yi, who had been paying attention to him, was startled. Even the sleeping big tiger was awakened, roaring and looking around vigilantly, mistakenly thinking that they had been sneak attacked. After a while, Lu Yi gradually calmed down. His vision was blood red, and his whole body was drenched in sweat. Yi and Big Tiger stood aside in panic, not knowing what to do. In fact, Lu Ye's appearance at the moment was extremely ferocious. His eyes were blood red, and blue veins were bulging on his temples, as if he was enduring great torture. After a moment of heavy breathing, Lu Yi recovered a little and said to the nervous Big Tiger and Yi, "It's okay." He closed his eyes again. The pain was over, and it was time to receive the fruits of victory. Yi and Big Tiger looked at each other in confusion. But this matter seemed to be related to Lu Ye's cultivation. If he didn't say anything, Yi couldn't ask and could only stand aside with Big Tiger. At this time, Lu Yi was investigating the characteristics of a second spiritual inscription. Defense. This was the name of the second spiritual inscription. From the name alone, it should be a defensive spiritual inscription. Lu Yi had some guesses before that the first spiritual inscription was on the offensive side, and perhaps the second one would be on the defensive side. Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. He opened his eyes and prepared for a moment. Suddenly, a layer of spirit light visible to the naked eye flashed on his palm. The spirit light turned into the shape of a triangular shield, engraved with complicated patterns. This is a spiritual inscription. Yi, who had been silently paying attention to Lu Yi, was shocked. Although she had lost a lot of memories, she still remembered some common knowledge of the cultivation world and knew more than Lu Yi. This spiritual inscription was a little unbelievable. It should be known that low-level cultivators like Lu Yi generally focused on improving their own cultivation. They didn't even have time to study spells, let alone complex spiritual inscriptions. Of course, some spells could also be regarded as the manifestation of spiritual inscriptions. It could even be said that the spiritual inscription that Lu Yi was activating now could be regarded as a defensive spell. Spells and spiritual inscriptions were closely related. Many times they were similar, but not completely the same. It was difficult to explain in a few words. But in any case, it was still unbelievable that a low-level cultivator could construct spiritual inscriptions. Yi was more and more certain that Lu Yi was a disciple of a top sect, and his status in that sect was definitely not low. Maybe he was the illegitimate son of a sect master. Due to some unavoidable reasons, he could only come out alone to gain experience in just a few breaths of time. She had already conjured up a novel, filled with love and hatred. Lu Yi didn't care about Yi's gaze. At this moment, he was feeling the sturdiness of the defense. Purely in terms of defensive power, the defensive power of the defense completely surpassed his protective spiritual power. Comparing the two, the difference in defensive power was at least several times. This meant that if he encountered any attacks in the future, he would have a better defensive method. However, although the defensive power was outstanding, the consumption was not low. This palm-sized defense spiritual inscription consumed the spiritual power of one of Lu Ye's spiritual cavities. The consumption was even greater than the sharpness. In other words, if Lu Yi activated this spiritual inscription 20 times in a row, his spiritual power would be exhausted. Moreover, if the defensive range was expanded, the consumption would increase. Lu Yi was only activating a palm-sized defense spiritual inscription, but it didn't mean that the defense spiritual inscription was only this big. If he wanted, he could activate a bigger one. In short, this was a pretty good spiritual inscription. Although he had something like the golden body talisman, there would be a time when the talisman would be exhausted. However, this defense spiritual inscription was his own ability. In comparison, activating the defense spiritual inscription was more troublesome. First, he had to take out the spiritual inscription from his storage bag and pour in spiritual power. In the midst of an intense battle, Lu Yi often didn't have the time to do these things. If he had such a spiritual inscription before meeting Regine, he could have withstood the opponent's attack and killed him in a head-on battle. Although this spiritual inscription didn't increase Lu Ye's cultivation, it greatly increased his combat power. There was still one more. Lu Yi shuddered when he thought of the previous feeling. He didn't plan to investigate the other spiritual inscription, at least not for the next 2 days. His mind was a mess now. If he investigated the spiritual inscription again, he might die. Therefore, he had to rest for a few days, taking out a Yun spirit pill. Lu Yi prepared to investigate the question that had always puzzled him. Was it related to the talent tree that he didn't have any hidden dangers after taking pills? Calmly sensing, he soon saw the talent tree hidden in the source spiritual cavities. Chapter 1422. The spirit disappeared, and Lu Yi led his team of 4 to the purple amulet. He raised his hand and tried to grab it, but when he was about 10 inches away from the purple amulet, his hand was blocked by an invisible barrier. This was the restriction of the treasure. He turned his hand into a palm, pressed it on the restriction, and poured his spiritual power into it. It was not easy to break the restriction when someone interfered, but it was fast when no one interfered. It only took 20 breaths of time for the restriction to melt. Lu Yi raised his hand and grabbed the purple amulet. He looked at it carefully and confirmed that the purple amulet was indeed a treasure from the dwarf clan. Looking up at her 4 companions, Kaiwe smiled slightly. Taoist brother, please accept it. We have no objection. If Lu Yi hadn't saved them, they would have been eliminated. Now they were in a formation with Lu Yi and his team. They could be said to have made a profit. The 2 sisters didn't think too much about the purple amulet, although they knew it was very precious. Dumbo and Crooked Teeth also hurriedly expressed that they had no objection. It was the same principle. They all knew that as long as they followed Lu Yi, they would be able to reap great rewards. Without Lu Yi, with their cultivation at the early stages, they would likely have been eliminated long ago. They had already profited greatly, so how could they ask for more? I will find someone to appraise all the spoils after we get out of here. Then I will contact you to share it. Lu Yi said. How others expressed their opinions was their business. But for Lu Yi, since they acted together, the spoils should be shared. He wasn't a person who liked to eat alone. Besides, compared with his original plan, the spoils in this chaos assembly battlefield could only be regarded as fragmentary. Let's go. Lu Yi called and led the formation to fly forward. He had to rush to the next battlefield. It was a rare opportunity. Naturally, the more he showed the power of the formation plate, the better. There was more than one purple amulet before. Their battlefield had been decided because of Lu Ye's team's strength, but the other battlefields were still in full swing. The distance was not close, but Lu Ye estimated that it was enough for him to rush to the second battlefield. It was true. When he led the team of 4 there, the purple amulets were still there, but the battle was not so fierce. After all, the teams that were not strong enough had been eliminated or retreated. The remaining teams were all strong. At present, there were 3 small teams that were still fighting in this battlefield. Their strengths were almost equal, and they were holding each other back. Once one of the teams made a move to collect the violet talismans, the other 2 teams would attack together, causing the situation to be rather awkward. In such a situation, it was difficult to come to a conclusion. The best way was for the 2 teams to secretly join forces and then deal with the 3rd team. However, without enough trust between them, this method was actually very difficult to achieve. When Lu Ye's team of 5 broke into battlefield, the other 3 teams were immediately aware of it. They scanned the area with their divine senses and discovered that the newcomers were a mid-stage and 4 early-stage cultivators. All of them were greatly surprised. This was because there weren't many early-stage cultivators participating in the Chaos Assembly to begin with, and after 2 or 3 days of elimination, a large portion of them had already been eliminated. The remaining cultivators had either attached themselves to powerhouses or found familiar companions. Therefore, there would at most be 1 early-stage Constellation Realm expert in a team. Any more, and they would just be a burden. Thus, the appearance of 4 people traveling together in the early stages of the game was naturally a novelty. None of the 3 teams took them seriously. The team closest to Lu Ye's team turned around. They were prepared to eliminate Lu Ye's team first and get some loot. The 3 teams didn't know the depth of Lu Ye's team, but the cultivators from Constellation Hall who were watching the battle were very clear. This team looked very weak on the surface, but they were the final winners of the previous battle. Seeing that team recklessly approaching Lu Ye's team, they knew that they were going to be in for a bad time. They couldn't help but feel indignant. Fa Wuzuan was too treacherous. Although the team of 5 maintained their formation, there were no signs of it. They only moved forward in a relaxed manner. It didn't look like they were going to steal anything. Instead, they looked like they were going to deliver their lives. As the distance between them closed, the scene that the spectating cultivators had expected appeared. The female cultivator in charge of the formation plate suddenly held it high above her head. In an instant, the 5 people's auras connected. Spirit power surged, and a spirit power tortoise appeared out of thin air. This scene stunned the few cultivators who had come to greet them. The leader immediately yelled, "Be careful!" They thought it was just 5 brainless people who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, who knew that they would form a formation in the blink of an eye. It was too late to be vigilant. With the appearance of the spirit power tortoise, the sound of swords rang out. 2 sword rivers swept out from the left and right, outflanking the enemy. The Xingyu sisters' cultivation wasn't high enough, so the sword river's killing power wasn't too strong. However, with the help of the formation, it was still stronger than their own attacks. It barely reached the level of a mid-stage cultivator. This was about the same level as when they used the joint attack technique. This kind of attack naturally couldn't cause too much of a threat to the enemy, but it was enough to disturb the enemy. While these people were dealing with the sword river, the big tortoise had already rushed out. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the late-stage Constellation Hall leader. In an instant, the late-stage Constellation Hall leader's face turned ashen because he felt a great threat descending. It was as if a black tortoise really opened its ferocious mouth at him. The saber light bloomed, and a huge force swept out. A sharp aura approached him. Even though he was a late-stage body cultivator, his protective spirit power was broken through in just 2 breaths. His chi and blood surged and roared, but he still couldn't block the violent killing. The big tortoise's attack didn't stop. The ferocious beast crushed the body, cultivator's bleeding body, and its huge body directly enveloped the few cultivators behind the body cultivator. After a very short period of chaos, the expressions of the remaining two teams of cultivators became horrified. This was because this team, which was on par with them, was as fragile as paper in the face of the black tortoise formation formed by a mid-stage and 4 early-stage cultivators. This was the black tortoise formation, which was good at defense. Although it had extraordinary killing power, it wasn't mainly focused on defense. These guys, who were they? After the black tortoise formation, led by Lu Yi, dealt with the first team, it immediately rushed in the direction of the second team. The cultivators of this team didn't put them in their eyes at first, but after witnessing the tragedy with their own eyes, how could they not know the power of the black tortoise formation? Not daring to stay, the cultivator in the lead shouted and immediately fled into the distance. Lu Yi glanced at it and didn't chase after it, and rushed in the direction of the third team. The third team made the same choice as the second team. In an instant, the original stalemate was broken after the arrival of Lu Ye's team. On the huge battlefield, only Lu Ye's team was left. Just like before, he came in front of the purple talisman and put it away. "Recover," Lu Yi ordered. He didn't need to recover himself, but the 4 temporary allies at the early stage couldn't. Moreover, he estimated that there should be many people paying attention to his team at this moment, so even if it was just for show, he still needed to recover. Moreover, for cultivators at their level, the pure energy that came with the purple talisman was also a rare treasure that could help a cultivator's strength grow rapidly. Some cultivators didn't come to this battlefield to fight for treasures, but to refine the pure energy. While he was recovering, the news about the twin Qi connected formation disk had already begun to spread all over the Constellation Hall. Many people knew that an extremely special team had appeared in the battlefield of the chaotic assembly. That team only had 1 mid-stage cultivator and 4 early-stage cultivators, but they were invincible wherever they went, and the root of all of this seemed to be a formation disk. That formation disk had an extremely mysterious power that allowed people to easily form a formation. Therefore, even if the overall strength of this team wasn't high, with the help of the formation, they could still defeat the strong. Countless pairs of eyes were looking for traces of Lu Ye's team, and when they found them, their eyes lit up. Lu Ye's original criteria for choosing his teammates had undoubtedly come into play at this moment. Apart from him, the leader of the team, the other 4 were all great beauties. Even Xiao Dai, who looked silly, was impeccable in terms of appearance and figure. This gave people a very strong sense of enjoyment. In addition, human nature tended to resonate with the weak, so the cultivators of Lu Ye's team were very much looking forward to the performance of these 4 women. In any case, they weren't competitors. If others were unlucky, then they could just enjoy the fun. Wasn't that wonderful? Most people were just watching the show, but many cultivators from various large factions were paying attention to the formation disk itself. They were already thinking about how to contact F.A. Wuzuan after this chaotic assembly to discuss the matter of buying the formation disk. There were even some impatient people who began to inquire about people who knew F.A. Wuzuan, wanting to get in touch with him as soon as possible. Chu Shen was annoyed beyond words because he had mentioned that F.A. Wuzuan was his big brother. Quite a few people had heard it, and this had led to many people deliberately coming to his side. To him, that formation disk was already surnamed Chu. So many people had come to covet the treasure surnamed Chu. Did they even put him in their eyes? There really weren't many people who put him in their eyes. The young master of Che Lingjia, the son of a sunshine powerhouse, was indeed well known, but Chu Xin had never made a name for himself. The cultivators of this galaxy might know him, but there were even more people who didn't know of his existence at all. It wasn't until Chu Shen revealed his identity and said Jiu Yan's name that those chattering fellows finally shut up. However, this also made the cultivators of various large factions feel more and more threatened. Jiu Yan was the sunshine powerhouse of this galaxy and had a very deep relationship with the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce. If Jiu Yan appeared, wouldn't it mean that the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce also had their eyes on this formation disk? For the various factions who were interested in obtaining this mysterious formation disk, this wasn't good news, and there would inevitably be another strong competitor. End of chapter. Chapter 1423. In the starry sky battlefield of the Chaos Assembly, Lu Ye's team was really invincible, which made the cultivators who were watching the battle exclaim in satisfaction. Basically, every cultivator who dared to underestimate this team paid a very heavy price. It was really because the cultivation of Lu Yi and others was too confusing, especially the cultivation of Dumbo and the other three at the early stage. For the cultivators who participated in the Chaos Assembly, they were like 4 pieces of delicious cake emitting a charming taste, and everyone wanted to take a bite. So many times, people took the initiative to provoke them, but they kicked an iron plate and were eliminated. During this period of time, they did encounter some fellows with decent strength. One of them was even a powerful character ranked in the top 30 of the chips list. This person was confident in his strength and acted alone. He did not form an alliance with anyone. When he encountered Lu Ye's team, he did not launch a sneak attack. Instead, he openly attacked them. As a result, Lu Yi led the 4 beautiful women to teach him a lesson, and he was seriously injured and forced to withdraw from this place. It was also this battle that made the cultivators who were watching the battle feel more and more the power of Lu Ye's team. Although this team had no opponents before, even if they encountered cultivators at the late stage, they were not the top ones. The spectators only knew that Lu Ye's team was very strong, but as for how strong they were, there was no way to have a clear idea without experiencing it personally. Until after this battle, the powerhouses ranked in the top 30 on the chips list undoubtedly represented the highest level of the constellation realm. But even such powerhouses were still vulnerable. Of course, F.A. Wuzuan's personal strength was the foundation, but the main credit was still the formation. It made people more and more understand the mystery of the formation plate. A few days later, in a place shrouded in pure energy, Dumbo and the other 3 women were cultivating quietly, and Lu Yi was responsible for guarding all sides. In a few days, a lot of strange treasures appeared on this battlefield. Lu Ye's team also participated in the fight for them repeatedly, not only for the treasures, but also for the gains. The harvest was not bad. In such a battlefield, although the treasures had been taken away, the pure energy that had descended along with the treasures would often remain. There was no way the cultivators could stay here forever. They had to refine the energy before leaving. Doing so would take a great deal of time. At the same time, there was also the risk of them being targeted. As a result, any area in this battlefield where treasures had appeared was quite suitable for cultivation and recovery. After several days of competition, more than half of the cultivators participating in the Chaos Assembly had been eliminated. Now, it was impossible to find people as easily as before. Often, even after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find a single person. The cultivators who were lucky enough to survive all paid attention to hiding their whereabouts. Therefore, Lu Yi didn't waste his time looking for him. Instead, he waited quietly. In any case, every once in a while a treasure would appear somewhere on the battlefield. At that time, those hidden cultivators would inevitably jump out to participate in the competition. That was the best time to eliminate opponents and increase the harvest. It was not worthwhile to just wait. So every time Lu Yi would lead Dumbo and the others to a place where the starry sky energy gathered so that they could cultivate and recover. This way, while keeping them in their best condition, it could also conceal the traces of him activating the talent tree to devour the surroundings. While waiting, suddenly there was a trace of Qi-Ji rushing over from a distance. When Lu Yi turned his head to look, he saw a rainbow light. That rainbow light was obviously the eruption of abundant qi and blood. Judging from the power of the person coming, it was obviously a body cultivator. The other party didn't come with good intentions. He was rushing over here. Lu Yi didn't care too much about it. The main reason was that he had experienced many similar scenes during this period. There were always some people who wanted to bully their team because their overall cultivation was not high, but the result was often not satisfactory. As the distance kept getting closer, the body cultivator's momentum became stronger and stronger. It seemed that he was going to defeat them in an instant. Such a movement startled the 4 women who were cultivating and recovering peacefully. They couldn't help opening their eyes together. In an instant, the body cultivator approached within 30 miles. In the past, no matter who the 4 women were, they would at least wait attentively, even if they didn't panic. But after experiencing so much, the 4 women had long become indifferent. They just looked coldly at the body cultivator, waiting for Lu Ye's order to get into formation and teach the other party a lesson. This scene undoubtedly caused the body cultivator to feel bewildered. Under such a situation, the 5 of them could either fight or flee, yet they were just standing there silently and waiting on the spot. It was more or less puzzling, and it caused him to be unable to help but arouse a trace of a bad feeling in his heart. But there was no turning back. He could only continue to urge his own power. The distance was a bit closer. At this moment, Lu Yi, who had been staring at the body cultivator, suddenly turned around. The blood-red long saber spun in his hand, held in a reverse grip, and stabbed straight at where Crooked Teeth Chong was. The calm expression of Crooked Teeth Chong suddenly changed. At this moment, she even felt that her soul had flown out of her body. She didn't understand why Lu Yi would attack her. Specks of light bloomed in her field of vision, like a group of falling stars. The cold killing intent and violent attack made Crooked Teeth Chong absent-minded. She instinctively widened her eyes in shock. The expected pain did not come. The blood-red long saber brushed past her cheek and cut off a few strands of her hair. At the same time, the sound of spiritual power colliding came from behind her. There was someone behind her. Crooked Teeth Chong immediately reacted. In any case, she was still a consolation. Even if she was suddenly startled, she quickly understood what had happened. F.A. Wuzuin's saber was not aimed at her, but at the enemy behind her. To be able to approach her like this without anyone noticing, it must be a ghost cultivator. Moreover, his strength was much stronger than hers. Otherwise, she, who was also a ghost cultivator, would not have been unable to detect it. She immediately thought of the female ghost cultivator who had been following behind the group a few days ago to pick up scraps. If it was this person, she really wouldn't have been able to detect it. They were both ghost cultivators, and she was from the ghost clan. In this aspect, she was several streets ahead of her. But in Crooked Teeth Chong's perception, the ghost cultivator behind her was not from the ghost clan. Because the aura was not right, this undoubtedly meant that an unfamiliar ghost cultivator was sneakily attacking her. It was very likely that the ghost cultivator was in the same group as the body cultivator who came to attack. The body cultivator made such a big noise to attract their attention, while the ghost cultivator lurked secretly on the side and waited for the opportunity to attack. This was the most common and practical trick used by the cultivators. She broke out in a cold sweat and wet her clothes. If F.A. Wuzuin didn't react quickly just now, she was afraid that she would have been killed. Almost at the moment when Lu Yi pulled out his saber, Dumbo had already raised the formation plate and quickly poured spiritual power into it to activate the power of the formation plate. They had been fighting side by side for several days. It could be said that they were already very familiar with each other. When Dumbo activated the power of the formation plate, everyone's chi momentum had already been connected. In the blink of an eye, the formation was completed. The figure of Black Tortoise, which was shaking its head and wagging its tail, suddenly appeared. Its shape was fierce and full of power. Then there was a burst of saber light and sword shadow. Before the ghost cultivator who tried to sneakily attack Crooked Teeth Chong could figure out what had happened, he was shrouded by extremely violent and sharp attacks. He died in the blink of an eye. The defense of the ghost cultivator was not strong, and when he attacked, he concentrated all his strength in the attack and neglected his own defense. How could he survive such a counterattack? Lu Yi picked up his spiritual treasure and storage ring and turned his head to stare at the body cultivator who had approached within 10 miles. He also felt lucky in his heart and had to thank Ghost, because this guy appeared near the team from time to time and took the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Even in the state of rest, he had never relaxed his vigilance. He was afraid that this guy would suddenly come out and harm his precious team members. Although she had never shown this intention, there were some things that he had to guard against. Otherwise, he really might not be able to save Crooked Teeth Chong in time just now, because he had been maintaining the black tortoise formation. Crooked Teeth Chong's position was a little far from him. If he hadn't noticed it in advance and stopped the ghost cultivator when he really attacked, it was absolutely too late. The body cultivator who attacked him had a stunned expression. He and his ghost cultivator companion had worked together for several times. It had always been smooth and they had a lot of gains. Even the cultivators at the later stage of Constellation Realm had been killed by them before. He never thought that his ghost cultivator companion would actually fail to deal with a middle stage and 4 early stage cultivators. Not only did he fail, he even lost his life. Seeing the black tortoise formed by spiritual power charging towards him, the body cultivator did not dare to face it head-on. The ghost cultivator was killed, of course, because of his carelessness, but it also showed the strength of the enemy, especially the fact that the 5 of them could actually form a formation. This was something they had never encountered before. If the 5 of them did not form a formation, he would have the power to fight. His cultivation was higher, so he might have a chance against the 5 of them. But with the enemy in a formation, how could he fight? While secretly cursing the ghost cultivator for being useless, he turned around and ran. However, at such a close distance, even if his cultivation was higher, it would be difficult for him to escape. As Lu Yi exploded a drop of blood essence and used the blood escape technique, the surface of the spirit energy tortoise was suddenly dyed with a layer of blood, and its speed increased sharply. After a while, the body cultivator gritted his teeth and stopped, ready to fight. There was no other way. He could not escape. His heart was full of anger. As the party with the higher cultivation, it was undoubtedly very embarrassing to be chased by the party with the lower cultivation. He immediately decided to use all his means to test the other party's ability. Anyway, his skin was rough and his flesh was thick. As long as the other party's strength was not too strong, he basically did not have to worry about his life. After this test, his liver and gallbladder were torn apart. The middle stage cultivator in the lead slashed a few times, and the body cultivator's protective spiritual power was on the verge of collapse, showing signs of breaking. If he had not experienced it personally, he would not have dared to believe that a middle stage cultivator could have such violent and fierce killing power. He could not understand how the 5 of them formed the black tortoise formation, which was good at defense, so how could their attacks be so powerful? While he was shocked, he madly urged his own chi and blood. In the blink of an eye, the place where he was wrapped in a dark red color. The dark red blood energy had the mysterious ability to slow down the enemy's figure. He wanted to use it to delay the enemy's speed and space to move, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. The effect was there, but it was still difficult to change his fate. As Lu Ye's long saber slashed down, the Xing and Yu sisters' sword river erupted. The body cultivator's defense was completely broken, and his whole body suddenly became tattered and scattered. Chapter 1424. The battle ended, but no blood was spilled. Lu Yi raised his hand and picked up a piece of the body cultivator's corpse. Taking a closer look, it was clearly a piece of wood. Moreover, in the instant the enemy died, Lu Yi had clearly sensed a mysterious energy surging from a certain direction. It was as if the body cultivator had switched places with something in that instant. Death substitution puppet. Lu Yi immediately understood what it was. Lu Yi had once read about the death substitution puppet in the dwarf race's Rest Abyss Pavilion. This thing could be said to be the most powerful life-saving item, because it could replace the cultivator who refined it to die once. However, this kind of thing was extremely complicated to refine, and the materials required were extremely rare, so there were not many of them in the entire starry sky. Even if there were, they were treasured and rarely seen by ordinary people. Only the most outstanding juniors of some major forces would be equipped with them in case of an accident. The dwarf race had a kind of talisman called the Death Substitution Talisman, which had the same effect as the Death Substitution Puppet, but only Sunshine powerhouses could refine it. In comparison, the Death Substitution Puppet's effect was undoubtedly better, because the cultivator could place the puppet in a safe place in advance, and when the cultivator was about to die, they could switch places with the puppet and let the puppet bear the disaster for them. The Death Substitution Talisman was not good, because it had to be refined into the body. Simply put, even if the cultivator with the Death Substitution Talisman could escape a disaster with the help of the Red Talisman, they would still appear nearby. If they could not escape in time, they would still die. Now that the body cultivator had disappeared, and only the remains of the Death Substitution puppet remained, it undoubtedly meant that he had switched places with the Death Substitution puppet. Lu Yi raised his eyes and looked into the distance. The corners of his eyes twitched, and he felt a little pained. If he had known that the body cultivator had such a divine item like the Death Substitution puppet, everyone could have sat down and discussed it. If the other party was willing to use the puppet to buy his life, then it was not impossible to negotiate. But now the puppet was useless, so there was no need to discuss anything. A treasure like the Death Substitution puppet was definitely not something that the body cultivator had the qualifications to own. Lu Yi guessed that it was most likely a treasure that the other party had snatched from this battlefield. This thing was really priceless. If he really took it out to sell, the major forces would definitely fight over it. After all, which family did not have a few outstanding juniors? Buying this item was equivalent to having an extra life, an extra layer of protection. Throwing away the remains of the puppet, Lu Yi led Dumbo and the others to chase after the puppet before the power of the blood-escaping skill disappeared. Perhaps because of his confidence, the body cultivator didn't place the puppet too far away from him. Thus, when he switched places with the puppet, Lu Yi was able to catch a trace of it. All of a sudden, a blood-colored rainbow pierced through the void. At the same time in that direction, two figures were fleeing at high speed. One of them was the body cultivator. However, at this moment, this fellow was in a sorry state. Although the puppet could replace death, it could not replace injuries. His previous injuries were still intact, causing his aura to be somewhat weak at the moment. Beside him was a young man who was only at the middle stage. Including the ghost cultivator that Lu Yi had killed earlier, this was a team of 3 people. One of them was at the mid-stage, while the other 2 were at the late stage. The task of this middle-stage youth was to find a target to attack, and at the same time, to protect the body cultivator's puppet. After finding a suitable target, the body cultivator and the ghost cultivator would work together to attack. During this period of time, the 3 of them had been working together like this, and it was very pleasant. In the end, when the body cultivator appeared beside the youth with a horrified expression, it really gave him a fright. "Who did you meet? Where's Old Black?" The youth tried his best to escape as he asked nervously. He already had a bad feeling in his heart, but he didn't dare to believe it. The body cultivator said angrily he provoked someone he shouldn't have. Old Black is already dead. The youth couldn't help but be absent-minded. Although ghost cultivators didn't have strong defenses, it was actually very difficult to kill them. This was because they would often flee thousands of miles away if they missed their target, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, making it difficult to track their whereabouts. Moreover, Old Black was a late-stage ghost cultivator. This trip was supposed to deal with 1 middle-stage ghost cultivator and 4 early-stage ghost cultivators. It should have been a piece of cake. So how did he end up in such a situation? Not only was Old Black dead, but the body cultivator's puppet had also disappeared. This undoubtedly meant that he had also died once. How strong could those people be? At this moment, the youth's heart suddenly tightened. He vaguely felt that he was being locked on by a powerful aura. When he turned around, he saw a red light rushing from afar, chasing after him relentlessly. The body cultivator also sensed it, and his face was full of grievances. This ghost won't go away. They're going to kill us all. What should we do? The youth asked. The death of his two companions had filled him with horror. He admitted that he was no match for the enemy and was momentarily flustered. The body cultivator's expression flickered for a while before he reluctantly sighed. Accept your fate. You. The youth looked at him in surprise. I can't escape. They caught up to me just now. I'll withdraw now. You're on your own. As he spoke, the body cultivator decisively withdrew from the battlefield. They were just temporary companions, so naturally, there was no deep friendship between them. When things were going well, they could still help each other, but once they met with difficulties, they could only fly off separately. The body cultivator's figure disappeared. The youth sighed heavily and could only follow him. Lu Yi, who was chasing from afar, couldn't help but stop. He had only come to chase after the body cultivator because he was very distressed by the consumption of the puppet. He was prepared to teach the body cultivator a lesson, but he didn't expect that the other party had a companion hiding in the dark, exposing his whereabouts. But thinking about it carefully, this was a matter of course. The puppet that the body cultivator placed outside needed someone to watch over and protect, so leaving a companion not to show up was a normal choice. Now that both of them had left, Lu Yi had nowhere to vent his pent-up anger. What's that? Kai Yu's eyes were sharp, and she suddenly saw something in the place where the youth disappeared. Lu Yi raised his eyes and looked over, and sure enough, he saw something unusual over there. His heart couldn't help but stir, and he hurriedly rushed over. When he arrived, he discovered that it was a jade plate. Lu Yi raised his hand and picked it up, carefully sizing it up. He found that this jade plate was only the size of a palm and didn't look special. He tried to pour spirit chi into it, but there was no reaction at all. What's the use of it? Kai Xing asked curiously, and the other three looked at him eagerly. Lu Yi shook his head. I don't know for the time being, but this should be a treasure unique to the battlefield. The reason for such an inference was that this thing was left behind after the youth disappeared, so it must be something that couldn't be taken out. In other words, this thing could only be used on this battlefield. Lu Yi tried to put it into his storage ring, but found that he couldn't do it. There was a layer of invisible force obstructing him, which further confirmed his conjecture. This was indeed a treasure that could only be used on this battlefield. Looking at it this way, the three-person team's luck was pretty good. They had a puppet and a jade plate of unknown use. Unfortunately, they found a team that they couldn't beat, and they were badly battered. Lu Yi studied it for a moment, but he still couldn't find the main point, so he gave the jade plate to the others to investigate, but they still couldn't find any clues. This was very troublesome. There were all kinds of strange treasures in the Chaotic Battle Club. The few of them had snatched a few before, but apart from the 2 purple amulets that had some value, the others didn't have much use. Now, they couldn't even figure out the use of this spoil of war. You take it. Lu Yi threw it to Crooked Teeth Chiao. Since it was a treasure, he couldn't just throw it away. Maybe it would be useful at some point. Dumbo was responsible for the twin chi-connected array, and the Xingyi sisters sometimes had to assist him in attacking. Only Crooked Teeth Chiao seemed to have nothing to do, so giving this unknown treasure to her was undoubtedly the best choice. Crooked Teeth Chiao took it. The 5 people still maintained the Black Tortoise array, and the power of the array plate wasn't activated. Each of them urged their spiritual power to rush forward, seeming to be aimless. After a while, Crooked Teeth Chow suddenly said in surprise, "This thing has a reaction." Lu Yi hurriedly stopped and turned to look at her. Crooked Teeth Chow fiddled with it for a while and showed a look of realization. This jade plate is a map of the battlefield. It can show the detailed situation of the entire battlefield. Saying so, she threw the jade plate to Lu Yi. Lu Yi took it to check and found that, as Crooked Teeth Chow said, there was no reaction no matter how he tried. At this moment, he could clearly perceive the mystery of the jade plate. This was a map of the battlefield. Not only did it record the topography of the entire battlefield in detail, but Lu Yi could even perceive many light spots of different brightness flashing in it. Lu Yi often used the 10 points map and the star map, so he was naturally most familiar with this thing. He immediately understood that those light spots represented the cultivators in the Chaotic Battle Club, and the brightness of the light spots represented the level of their cultivation. Just like at this moment, in the center of the map, there were 5 light spots converging. One of the light spots was slightly brighter, while the other 4 had almost the same brightness. This represented the 5 of them. Lu Ye's cultivation was higher, so the light spot was naturally brighter. Previously, when his team of 5 was refining the starry sky energy, how could they be found? Lu Yi thought it was just a coincidence. After all, they didn't hide their whereabouts. If there were cultivators passing by, it would be normal for them to see their traces. Now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. The other party was specifically looking for them. It was because of this jade plate's effect. The light spots represented by the 5 soft persimmons on the jade plate were very clear. If he didn't pinch them, who else could he pinch? How did it activate? Lu Yi asked. This thing was a good thing. With this jade plate in hand, he could know the whereabouts of all the cultivators on the battlefield like the back of his hand, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to find them. However, he first had to figure out how to activate its power. I just casually urged my spirit chi, and it activated. Crooked Teeth Chow explained. Lu Yi couldn't help but be at a loss. He had clearly done the same just now, so why didn't it work? He had a faint guess in his heart, but if he wanted to verify it, he still needed to wait for a while. Chapter 14:25. After a while, Lu Yi finally verified his conjecture. The jade plate's power could be activated at will, but it had a time limit. In other words, it could only be maintained for a certain period of time. After the time limit passed, it would take a while before it could be activated again. This was also the reason why he was unable to activate the jade plate's power when he obtained it earlier. Because the time limit hadn't expired yet, he handed it over to Crooked Teeth Chong, and she had been experimenting with it. Naturally, she was able to easily activate the jade plate's power. This thing was indeed a good thing, especially in this kind of battlefield. With the jade plate's map, the team could easily find anyone they wanted to find. The jade plate continued to be controlled by Crooked Teeth Chong. Lu Yi led the team of 4 and flew in a certain direction. When he was investigating earlier, he noticed that many cultivators had gathered in that direction. If his guess was correct, a treasure must have appeared in that location. The battlefield of the Chaotic Assembly was very large. Not all treasures could be detected by the team when they appeared. Some treasures were too far away to be detected. Disregarding everything else, just the death substitution puppet and the jade plate were treasures that had appeared in this battlefield. The team of 5 was completely unaware of them. It could be foreseen that many people had obtained treasures by now, so if they encountered enemies again, they had to be careful. No one knew what kind of strange power those treasures had. After flying for more than an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. Looking from afar, they saw a speck of light. It was a treasure that had appeared, but they didn't know what it was. With that speck of light as the center, the figures of cultivators could be seen everywhere in a large area nearby. They were fighting in full swing. In this kind of environment, even if there were cultivators who just wanted to refine the pure energy that had descended along with the treasure, they couldn't because no one would let bystanders sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. As long as they entered this battlefield, they would all be opponents. This kind of liveliness was exactly what Lu Yi desired. So far, his plan had been proceeding very smoothly. He had recruited 4 temporary companions, all of whom had extraordinary appearances and were very pleasing to the eye. Moreover, the livelier it was, the more he could display the power of the formation plate. As usual, he led the 4 women into the battlefield from the edge of the battlefield. It was unstoppable. Most of the cultivators had 2 reactions when they saw this special team. First, they were happy because the overall cultivation of Lu Ye's team was very low. It could be said that they were at the bottom of all the teams, so it was easy to give people the illusion that they could easily crush them. But then, they were shocked because the figure of the spirit power turtle was obvious. As long as one was not blind, they could see that these people had formed a black tortoise formation. In such a battlefield environment, Lu Ye's team was the only one to be able to form a formation. Everyone realized that for such a team to survive until now, and even dare to take the initiative to enter this battlefield, they must have something to rely on. However, there were always those who didn't believe in heresy and wanted to test the strength of the team. In the end, after a series of clashes, all of them left the field. The black tortoise, which was formed by spiritual energy, was like a ferocious beast that was roaming the sea. Wherever it went, it set off a storm of blood. Soon, Lu Yi noticed the existence of another team. There weren't many people in that team. It was a very ordinary 3-man team. However, the strength of these 3 people was very strong. Just like their small team, they killed wherever they went. There was no one who could fight against them at all. It was the first time Lu Yi had encountered such a strong team since the beginning of the chaotic battle assembly. That team obviously also noticed the existence of Lu Ye's team. When they exchanged glances, they tacitly avoided each other's areas. Both sides knew that now was not the time to compete with each other. It was more important to first work together to deal with the miscellaneous people. After dealing with the others, the 2 teams would have a chance to determine the winner. This could be considered a tacit understanding between powerhouses, but it was also the sorrow of cultivators who came to this battlefield to compete for treasures. After fighting for a while, Lu Ye's team ran into a bit of trouble. Although the black tortoise formation and Lu Ye's outstanding ability made it so that they could kill anyone in their way, there were always some guys who were able to cause some trouble for the team. Cultivators who cultivated to the constellation realm, who didn't have some special skills. The enemy they encountered this time wasn't strong, but the kind of person that Lu Yi was most wary of. Their strength wasn't that great, but they had strange treasures with strange powers. He had encountered many people like this when he fought in the arena before. Although he won in the end, it was a Pyrrhic victory. That treasure was something that looked like a chain, and it constantly changed between illusion and reality, making it very difficult for people to grasp its traces. Every time this chain struck down under the control of its master, it appeared very mysterious and unpredictable. If Lu Yi blocked it, then it would turn into illusion, and there was no way he could block it at all. If he did not block it, then what awaited the team would be a heavy blow, and it just so happened that this thing had the effect of shaking one's spirit. Fortunately, the team formed the black tortoise formation, which was good at defense. Although they were hit a few times, with Lu Ye's timely adjustment of the formation and the support of the Holy Protection Spirit rune, the team didn't lose any members. The opponent wasn't fighting alone. He had companions to support him, which was really difficult to deal with. In the end, the team endured the crazy attacks of the chain and killed the owner of the chain. Only then did they resolve the crisis. Although the treasure was amazing, in a cultivator's battle, one's own foundation was also very important. Without a strong enough foundation, it was also difficult to use the treasure. After dealing with the opponent here, Lu Yi immediately looked at Crooked Teeth Xiao. She was hit by the chain where she was just now. Although she had the protection of the formation, she still felt a little dizzy. "How is it?" Lu Yi asked with concern. Crooked Teeth Xiao shook her head. "It's nothing serious. Just take a break." There was no easy way to deal with the shaking of the soul. They could only wait for the spirit sea to stabilize. Just as Lu Yi was about to speak again, he suddenly felt a warning in his heart. His vision went past Crooked Teeth Xiao and looked into the distance behind her. A dot of light suddenly bloomed in the distance, accompanied by violent and intense spirit power fluctuations. Lu Ye's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Almost instinctively, he urged his spirit power to affect the formation and led the team of 4 to the side to hide. At the same time he moved, that dot of light suddenly exploded, turning into a huge light pillar, bombarding over thousands of miles away. Wherever it passed, it destroyed everything in its path. Lu Yi clearly saw that there were cultivators who couldn't dodge in time and were enveloped by the light pillar. Their entire bodies directly turned into nothingness without even a scream. Moreover, there was more than one cultivator who met this fate. Although he dodged in time, the abdomen of the spirit power tortoise was still grazed by the light pillar. The tortoise, which had been maintaining its tortoise form all this time, was directly missing a piece of its abdomen. It even caused the formation to collapse. 5 silhouettes flew out. Lu Ye's heart trembled. He knew that if they hadn't dodged in time just now, the lives of the 5 people in the team would have been lost here. Such a powerful attack was almost comparable to Yu Yao's attack. He really wanted to know what the hell that thing was. He urged his spirit power to guide the 4 women who were sent flying. With great difficulty, he stabilized the few who were still in shock and reassembled the formation. Only then did Lu Yi have the time to look in the direction of the source of the attack. At this moment, the chaos on the battlefield had already calmed down. With the arrival of that powerful attack, almost everyone was investigating the situation. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. This was because they saw a starship. A sinister-looking starship that looked like a shark was slowly cruising over from the depths of the starry sky. Its slow speed was just an illusion. In reality, it was very fast, and it brought with it an indescribable sense of oppression and horror. Everyone's hearts were filled with bitterness. Some people even cursed. Why is this thing here again? It's not fair. The reason why he said again wasn't because he had seen it before, but because there had been a precedent of starships appearing on the battlefield of the Chaos Assembly before. Even if a cultivator with great capital brought a starship in from the outside, they couldn't use it. This was because if starships could be used here, then the battlefield of the Chaos Assembly would inevitably become one where starships attacked each other. The cultivators who came from the major factions weren't like Lu Yi, who had no foundation. They had the opportunity to borrow starships from their elders. Not to mention others, just take Chu Xin, for example. If he wanted to, he could bring a starship in. To him, this wasn't a big deal. However, the Chaos Assembly had its own rules. Even if a cultivator brought a starship in from the outside, it couldn't be used here. The only starships that could be used here were those that belonged to the battlefield of the Chaos Assembly itself. There were all kinds of strange treasures that appeared, and starships were one of them. This was obviously a group of people who were extremely lucky to snatch a starship and then used it to fight in all directions. Before this, there must have been a lot of people who were unlucky enough to have met with calamity. To say that it was unfair was indeed a bit unfair. This was because a starship was too destructive. It wasn't something that a cultivator's flesh and blood could resist. Even a body cultivator couldn't. With such a starship in hand, the cultivators who controlled it had already secured victory in advance. However, this was a treasure that they snatched with their own ability. It was something that could only be used on the battlefield of the Chaos Assembly. Moreover, the price to use the starship's power wasn't small. Even if an ordinary cultivator managed to snatch it, they might not have the capital to use it. For example, that fierce attack just now cost at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit jades. That was the price of the most ordinary spirit treasure. Therefore, whether it was fair or not depended on how one looked at it. Moreover, how could there be fairness in the cultivation world? Chu Xin had Ri Zhao as his backer, but 99% of the cultivators didn't. Was this fair? Now wasn't the time to care about this. As the starship approached, light began to bloom again. After seeing the terrifying power of this starship with their own eyes, the cultivators who were still fighting for the treasure didn't have the courage to stay. They were afraid that if they were accidentally hit by the starship, they wouldn't even know how they died. End of chapter. Chapter 14:26. They all scattered like birds and beasts, and a cultivator shouted, "Everyone, let's work together to deal with it. Otherwise, we won't be able to fight at all." Although there weren't many cultivators present, there were still over 100 of them. If they could really work together, a single starship would be enough to deal with it. This was because, in terms of specifications, this starship wasn't the particularly strong kind. Among all the starships, it should only be at the bottom. But as soon as that person's voice fell, the starship's light spread across hundreds of miles, enveloping him and his companions. When the light dissipated, the several figures had all turned into nothingness. This was undoubtedly the starship's pilot killing the chicken to warn the monkey. They also knew that they couldn't let this group of people really work together, so whoever dared to jump around would be killed first. As a result, no one dared to speak carelessly anymore. Lu Yi led the 4 women and fled into the distance, not even looking back. Although the team had been basically invincible since they started using the formation plate, Lu Yi wasn't arrogant enough to think that he would collide with a starship. The size of the 2 sides weren't on the same level, so there was no need or possibility for them to collide at all. As for the outcome of the battle royale, he actually didn't care very much, because along the way he had already gained enough. Even if he really encountered a strong enemy and was eliminated, he wouldn't have any regrets. Moreover, his main goal in this battle royale was to display the twin spirit-connected formation plate. Although he didn't know how many pairs of eyes were watching him from outside, it definitely wouldn't be too few. The most important goal had already been achieved, and everything else was just minor details. After flying away from the previous battlefield, Caillou didn't go far when she transmitted her voice. "Senior brother F.A., someone is following us." Lu Yi had long discovered it, because the people following them didn't have any intention of hiding their tracks at all. It was the 3-person team that had performed extremely well on the battlefield just now. Lu Yi didn't know what they wanted to do, but looking at the posture of these 3 people, it didn't seem like they were looking for trouble. Of course, he wasn't afraid of them looking for trouble. These 3 people were indeed very strong, and Lu Yi reckoned that they were all on the rankings. Along the way, he hadn't seen anyone more powerful than these 3 people, but his side wasn't weak either. If they really fought, it was obvious who would win and who would lose. Since he wasn't here to look for trouble, he should have something else to do. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yi led the group to a floating continent hovering in the starry sky. He stood still, maintained the black tortoise formation, and turned around to look back. Sure enough, the 3 people flew over. It was a small team of 3, 2 men and 1 woman. They didn't look too old. The 3 of them landed not far away from Lu Ye's group. The leader sized up Lu Yi from head to toe before cupping his fists. "Zhou Yuchuan." Sure enough, he had left his name on the rankings. If he remembered correctly, his ranking was still very high, and he had always maintained his position within the top 20. Those who chose their real names like this generally came from extraordinary backgrounds. They did not need to use aliases to conceal themselves. On the contrary, they could use their real names to make themselves famous, giving face to themselves and the forces behind them. Lu Yi placed his hand on the hilt of his saber and calmly replied, "F.A. Wu Zun." Zhou Yuchuan nodded slightly. As expected. He had previously guessed that Lu Yi should also be on the rankings, but he couldn't be sure which one it was. After all, they had never fought before, nor had they met before. Only now did he know the details of Lu Ye's background. "What do you want?" Lu Yi asked again. Zhou Yuchuan grinned. "Are you interested in working together to take care of that starship?" "You have a way to take care of that starship?" Lu Yi was curious. If it was something else, it would be fine, but if they could take care of the starship, it would be good for him too. Not to mention the points he could get. Just the fact that they were all in the Chaos Assembly's battlefield meant that they couldn't avoid it forever. They would clash sooner or later. Zhou Yuchuan said, "The rules of the Constellation Palace are quite balanced. They will try to arrange opponents of similar strength in the arena battles. Even if it's a group battle, the overall power of the teams won't be too different. How can the Chaos Assembly be an exception? Since the starship has appeared, there must be something that can counter it." Lu Yi fell silent. He had to admit that Zhou Yuchuan's words made sense. He had been confused when he saw the starship. With such an unconventional weapon appearing, what was the point of the Chaos Assembly's cultivators fighting? Now, it seemed that the treasure that could counter the starship had appeared long ago and was taken by Zhou Yuchuan's team. They had probably been waiting for the starship to appear. However, it seemed that they didn't have enough people or power and needed Lu Yi's help. "Let me have a look first," Lu Yi said. Zhou Yuchuan didn't hide anything and directly took out a short spear. The short spear was covered with complicated patterns, and there were even lightning arcs dancing on the spear's body. As soon as the short spear appeared, it gave Lu Yi a great sense of danger. He immediately understood that this thing must be very powerful. However, just by looking at it, it looked like the Annihilation Lightning Spear he had seen in the 9 states. That was the sect treasure of the Heaven Yuan sect of the military state. He was certain that this short spear could definitely pose a threat to the starship. This was why Zhou Yuchuan dared to attack the starship. "What do you need me to do?" Lu Yi asked. Zhou Yuchuan said, "I want you guys to lead the starship to the ambush location. Then we can activate the power of this short spear and destroy the starship." Lu Yi narrowed his eyes. That's not going to be easy. Luring the starship to the ambush location was easy to say, but not easy to do. Being chased by such a starship was like putting one's head on the line, and one's life could be in danger at any time. Zhou Yuchuan said, "If it was easy, I wouldn't have come to you guys. To be honest, when we got this thing, we knew that a starship would definitely appear. We've been looking for suitable people to join forces with. But unfortunately, we haven't found anyone until we met you guys." Lu Yi and the others' cultivation wasn't high, but their performance in the previous battle was very impressive. What caught Zhou Yuchuan's attention the most was that they had formed a black tortoise formation. This formation was known for its defense, so Zhou Yuchuan and the others felt that this team was the best choice. There was no need to find anyone else. If this team wasn't willing to join forces with them, then finding someone else would be suicide. They wouldn't be able to deal with the starship at all. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and asked, "How confident are we?" Zhou Yuchuan smiled confidently. "This treasure can only be used in the battlefield of the chaotic meeting, and it's specially used to restrain the starship. So, as long as you can lead the starship here, you'll have at least 80% confidence, if not 100% confidence." "It's too risky," Lu Yi said slowly. Zhou Yuchuan said, "But if we can destroy the starship, we'll reap a lot of benefits as well. During the battle royale, each of your spoils will only be worth 1 point. But if we can destroy the starship, we'll each receive at least 100 points even if we split the spoils evenly. Furthermore, if we can destroy the starship, there won't be anything that can pose a threat to our 2 teams." "That's true, but we have to bear the risk after all. We can join forces, but we have to pay more." Zhou Yuchuan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lu Yi to put forward such a condition. Then he smiled and said, "My friend, name your price." Lu Yi looked at Xiao Dai and the others, and then raised 2 fingers. 20,000 spiritual jades per person. Behind Zhou Yuchuan, a companion who had been silent all the time, said angrily, "Why don't you just rob us?" Lu Yi said leisurely, "If you want us to bear the risk, you must show some sincerity. 20,000 spiritual jades per person is not much. Or we can trade." We'll activate the treasure, and you'll be responsible for leading the starship here. I'll give you 100,000 spiritual jades to share." That person said angrily, "The treasure is ours. Although you'll bear the risk, you're doing a business without any capital. We'll invest in this treasure." Lu Yi nodded. "You're right, but this thing can only be used in the battlefield of a chaotic meeting. Except for dealing with the starship, it doesn't seem to have any other uses. This thing is very powerful, and I'm afraid it will cost a lot to use it. You can't use it to deal with practitioners." That person still wanted to argue, but Zhou Yuchuan raised his hand and said, "My friend, 10,000 spiritual jades per person. Although the three of us have good backgrounds, 10,000 spiritual jades is a lot. We can't afford more. In fact, we don't even have 50,000 spiritual jades. We can only use treasures as collateral." "You're so poor?" Lu Yi looked at them in surprise. He thought the three of them had good backgrounds and wouldn't lack spiritual jades. How come they were not as rich as him? He still had a lot of spiritual jades with him. Zhou Yuchuan looked a little embarrassed. "My friend, what are you talking about? Who doesn't use spiritual jades? Except for those who do business. No one has too many spiritual jades with them." That was true. Lu Yi nodded and said, "Then it's settled." It wasn't really necessary to ask for 20,000 spiritual jades, but as he said, they had to bear the risk, so there had to be some compensation. Otherwise, it would seem too cheap. After the two sides agreed, Zhou Yuchuan and the other two began to work. They gathered some spiritual jades and took out a few spiritual treasures as collateral. Lu Yi took them all. Dumbo and the others had no objection. Basically, all the spoils so far were with Lu Yi. Zhou Yuchuan looked around and pointed to a dead star next to him. "Let's choose there. My friend, you only need to find a way to lead the starship there and enter from this angle. Leave the rest to us. One last question." Lu Yi looked at Zhou Yuchuan. "My friend, please, since there are three of you, why don't you assign one of you to do this? Instead, you ask for help from outsiders?" Zhou Yuchuan laughed. "This spear is very powerful. It needs the three of us to work together to activate it. Where can we find extra hands?" "Understood." Lu Yi nodded. "You can start now." "My friend, be careful." Zhou Yuchuan warned and led his two companions to fly to the dead star. End of chapter. Chapter 1427. After the three members of Zhou Yuchuan's team flew far away, Lu Yi turned to look at Dumbo and the others. "You guys find a place to hide nearby." Dumbo was stunned. "Don't you need our help?" She thought everyone would act together this time. After all, if they formed a formation, the defense would be stronger. Lu Yi shook his head. "The Black Tortoise formation can't resist the starship's attack." This point had been confirmed just now, so he didn't intend to let Dumbo and the others get involved. After all, their strength was still too weak. Instead of acting with the help of the Black Tortoise formation, it was better to be alone, and they could be more flexible. But Dumbo still wanted to say something, but Lu Yi looked up at her. Dumbo couldn't help swallowing back her words. Although Lu Yi had been taking care of them since they joined hands, and he didn't show a strong performance after all, Lu Yi was the backbone of the team, so he naturally meant what he said. "Then you take care of yourself. We'll wait for you over there." Dumbo pointed to a direction. Lu Yi nodded, turned around and rushed to the battlefield just now. The previously noisy battlefield was now completely silent. As the starship flew out of the sky, all the cultivators who had been arguing here just now had already flown away. The starship chased after several groups of people and eliminated them all. Then it turned around and came to the place where the treasure was. At this time, it was hovering beside the treasure. One of the practitioners got out of the starship and was standing beside the treasure. He raised his hand and pressed on the inhibition. Judging from his posture, he was breaking the inhibition. If no one disturbed him, it was not difficult for the practitioner to break the inhibition. It only took him more than 10 breaths to break the inhibition and take the treasure in it into his pocket. However, right at this moment, a blood-red light suddenly shot out from the side and pounced towards the location of the treasure at an extremely fast speed. It was Lu Yi who came back. He didn't choose to hide himself, because once he constructed the invisibility spiritual tattoo to cover himself, his speed would inevitably be greatly affected. If he wanted to lead the starship to the ambush point of Zhou Yuchuan's team, he had to do something to irritate the team that controlled the starship. For example, snatching the treasure. Time waits for no man. Naturally, he had to do it as fast as possible. Besides, the starship, such a big weapon of mass destruction, was basically equipped with many mysterious formations, which had a strong monitoring effect. His invisibility spiritual tattoo hadn't been deduced and improved, so it could run rampant in Jiuzhou. But in the starry sky, it might not work, and it might not be able to avoid the surveillance of the starship. The distance was quickly shortened. The practitioners there immediately noticed Lu Ye's trace. The ferocious starship quickly turned its direction. On one side of the hull, there was a black hollow cylindrical thing like a hollow cylinder aimed at Lu Ye's direction. In an instant, Lu Ye's whole body's skin tightened. How? He didn't know that the hollow cylindrical cylinder was a killing weapon of the starship. Yi, A. Kills, team, killed it, A. However, the other party had no intention of activating this weapon, because activating this thing consumed a lot of spiritual jades. In addition, Lu Ye's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the constellation realm. The other party undoubtedly felt that there was no need to activate this thing. This was just to create a sense of crisis and distract him. A late-stage constellation realm practitioner dashed out of the starship and went straight to Lu Yi. Looking at this person's posture, he was also a saber cultivator. In the blink of an eye, the two figures collided. The saber light was sharp, and the spiritual power surged. The victor was decided. The late-stage constellation realm practitioner flew out with a stunned face and blood spurted out. He didn't understand how he was defeated. He originally thought that since his cultivation was higher, the other party would definitely not be his match. However, after the exchange, he realized that he was too naive. The other party was indeed only at the middle stage, but his saber technique was something that he couldn't compare to. What made him feel especially uncomfortable was that his late-stage spiritual power foundation couldn't gain the slightest advantage when clashing with the other party's spiritual power. Lu Yi didn't stop and continued to approach the treasure. At the same time, the practitioner who was breaking the restriction finally broke the outer restriction of the treasure and grabbed it in his hand. A sudden change occurred. Almost at the moment this person grabbed the treasure, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind him. Her fingers were like sabers and she attacked like lightning. Lu Yi clearly saw that the back of this late-stage cultivator's heart had been pierced open, and a slender little hand reached out from his chest, holding a beating heart in her hand. Spectre! The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. It was this woman again. Lu Yi hadn't seen her for a long time, because of her bad behavior of following the team around and picking up scraps. Lu Yi had always been on guard against her. That was why she had specifically targeted her and taught her a lesson. Since then, the spirit had disappeared without a trace. Lu Yi thought that this woman had already left, who knew that she had been wandering around nearby. At this time, she seized the opportunity and brazenly attacked, killing the enemy in an instant. This also made Lu Yi realize the difference between his own concealment and that of a ghost. The starship surveillance array could definitely detect his whereabouts under concealment, but it didn't know anything about Spectre's arrival. The late-stage constellation realm practitioner who was ambushed by Spectre had a face full of fear and anger. At this level of cultivation, his vitality was vigorous. Even if his heart was dug out, he wouldn't die immediately. He knew that his time was up, so he turned around and fiercely threw a punch at Spectre. However, he was still seriously injured. Although this punch looked powerful, it didn't pose the slightest threat to Spectre. She easily dodged it and reached out to grab the treasure that the practitioner had just snatched. Then she floated back. From the moment she appeared to kill and steal the treasure, only a moment had passed. At this moment, Lu Yi was approaching her with his saber. The starship next to him also turned around again. The killing weapon exposed outside the starship was aimed at Spectre's location, and a light flashed. Earlier, this killing weapon was only used as a deterrent to Lu Yi, but now it was obviously going to be used for real. Spectre's expression changed drastically. Even if she was a ghost who appeared and disappeared unpredictably, she still felt a great sense of crisis when being targeted by such a killing weapon. Not to mention that Lu Ye's cold aura had locked onto her. She raised her hand and threw the treasure she had just snatched at Lu Yi. At the same time, her spiritual power surged, and she shouted, "Run! Don't worry about me." As soon as her voice fell, her figure disappeared. Violent spiritual power, fluctuations, swept in all directions. Lu Yi clearly saw the starship's hull tremble slightly from the corner of his eye. A bright beam of light suddenly blasted out and penetrated the area where Spectre had just been. Spectre had obviously killed one of their companions. The cultivators on the starship were completely enraged. Lu Yi didn't know whether Spectre was dead or not, but he knew that he was in a bad situation. Spectre threw the treasure to him and shouted such misleading words. So the cultivators on the starship obviously thought that the two of them were in cahoots. Lu Yi hurriedly stuffed the treasure Spectre threw into his storage ring, then turned around and activated his blood escape technique. He turned into a blood-red light and ran as fast as he could. Although it was a little different from what he had planned, he had achieved his goal of enraging the starship. But Lu Yi still felt a little uneasy. A great sense of crisis lingered in his heart. No matter how fast Lu Yi ran, he couldn't get rid of it. He didn't need to look back to know that the starship would definitely chase after him. After obtaining such an unconventional killing weapon like the starship, anyone would think that they were invincible. However, in the encounter just now, not only had one of their companions been killed, but the treasure had also been stolen. How could they tolerate this? Spectre had disappeared, so the cultivators on the starship could only pour their boundless anger on Lu Yi. In terms of flying speed, Lu Yi couldn't be faster than the starship in any case. Especially in the field of the Chaos Assembly, there were drifting meteorites everywhere, which seriously hindered his straight-line escape speed. So even if he escaped first, the distance between him and the starship was rapidly shortened. Fortunately, thanks to these meteorites that could be seen everywhere, he had more space and leeway to move. With the cover of these meteorites, Lu Yi could always get rid of the starship's lock when his sense of crisis was the strongest, so that the starship's cannons couldn't really launch an attack. The dead star that Zhou Yuchuan and the others set up was not far away. Lu Yi didn't know whether they had arranged it well or not. If not, this trip would be troublesome. Far away, Dumbo and the other three hid in a meteorite belt, watching Lu Yi being chased. They all looked worried, but they couldn't intervene to help. They were full of bitterness and felt that F.A. Wuzuan was shouldering too much in the pursuit. The cultivators on the starship couldn't bear it anymore and fired the starship's cannons at Lu Yi. Several meteorites along the way were directly penetrated, forming a hollow passage. Even if Lu Yi had been aware of it and moved the moment the starship launched the attack, he was still swept by the aftermath. He immediately became dizzy and disoriented. Even though there were several layers of Holy Guard protection in the place where he was swept, he became numb. Awkwardly adjusting his body, he quickly rushed in the direction of the dead star. He felt that he couldn't hold on for too long. In less than 10 breaths, he would be caught up by the starship. By then, the situation would be bad. Fortunately, the dead star was already in front of him. He wasn't sure where Zhou Yuchuan and the others set up the ambush, so he just rushed straight there. The dead star was rapidly enlarging in his field of vision, and the terrain below could be clearly seen. The starship behind him was getting closer and closer, like a fierce ghost. Lu Ye's neck was a little shiny, as if there was an invisible ghost hand strangling his neck, which would take his life at any time. At this moment, he suddenly saw that on the top of a barren mountain below, there was a purple light that began to bloom. It only bloomed for a moment, and then the purple light became extremely abundant. Taking a closer look, it was not a purple light, but a pure thunder jumping, as if there was a violent thunder pool on the top of the mountain below. Obviously, Zhou Yuchuan's team had arranged well. At this moment, seeing Lu Yi lead the starship over, they immediately activated the power of the short spear treasure. End of this chapter. Chapter 1428. Lu Yi felt even worse now. If the starship chasing after them was a vengeful ghost, then the lightning pool in front of them was a dragon's lair and a tiger's den. As expected, things weren't that simple. Zhou Yuchuan's team clearly intended to deal with him and the starship together. When they were discussing their cooperation, Lu Yi had already realized that such a situation might happen. He wasn't a fool. He naturally knew that if they really acted according to plan, he, as the bait that led the starship here, would be in the most danger. If he was familiar with Zhou Yuchuan and the others, they would think of ways to make arrangements to ensure his safety. However, he didn't know them at all. This was just a temporary cooperation, and the goal was to deal with the starship. Why would Zhou Yuchuan and the others care about his life or death? It could even be said that from the other side's point of view, dealing with Lu Yi together and also dealing with a strong enemy was simply killing two birds with one stone. At that time, Zhou Yuchuan and the others didn't mention this matter, and Lu Yi didn't ask either. There were some things that didn't need to be asked. He had never entrusted his safety to others' mercy. At the same time, a great danger loomed over him. There were no more meteorites around the Death Star, and Lu Ye's figure was completely exposed to the starship's attack. The top of the starship's cannon began to light up. At the same time, lightning arcs began to dance in the lightning pool at the top of the barren mountain below. Almost at the same time, the terrifying power in front of and behind him erupted. A bright and dazzling beam of light blasted the area where Lu Yi was. In an instant, his figure disappeared without a trace, as if his entire body had vaporized. In the 935th hall of the Constellation Palace, Chu Xin's face paled. He couldn't help but curse. Despicable and shameless bastards. Don't let me see you again in the future, or I'll teach you a lesson. The big boss died. This was a bolt from the blue for him. To be honest, there weren't many people that he admired in his life because he himself was a genius. Otherwise, even with the support of Ri Zhao and no lack of cultivation resources, he wouldn't have been able to ascend to the Constellation Palace at such a young age. A person like him had very high standards. Ordinary cultivators, even Yu Yao, would find it difficult to admire them without his approval. Yu Yao's cultivation was only higher, but it didn't mean that she was better than others. F.A. Wuzuan was the first person he admired in his life. The way he addressed F.A. Wuzuan as Big Boss, he was completely convinced. The feeling of being invincible by F.A. Wuzuan's side was really good. If it wasn't for his bad luck that he was eliminated early on, he would have been able to follow the Big Boss and be in the limelight. However, such a person whom he admired so much and who he thought had an extremely bright future actually died just like that. Chu Shen's heart ached, his heart grieved, his heart turned cold. He only felt that the current atmosphere in the cultivation world was too bad. There was no trust between people at all. In addition, the Big Boss had promised to give him the disc array after the chaotic war was over. Now that the Big Boss was dead, the disc array was probably out of the question. Chu Shen was disheartened and furious. Most of the cultivators who had placed their attention on Lu Yi also sighed. They had seen with their own eyes how F.A. Wuzuan's team had defeated the strong with the weak. They had killed so many powerful teams that they couldn't even fight back. They had thought that after this battle, F.A. Wuzuan's name would spread far and wide. Who would have thought that such a monstrous character would die so early? Although they felt that Zhou Yuchuan's team's actions were not very proper, this was the way of cultivation. There were risks everywhere. If there was anyone to blame, Fa Wuzuan could only blame himself for not being cautious enough. On the other hand, although the leaders of the various large factions who wanted to buy the disc array from Fa Wuzuan felt that it was a pity, they didn't care too much. Fa Wuzuan was dead, but the disc array had always been in the hands of one of the women in the team. When the chaotic war was over, they just had to look for this woman. They were only glad that Fa Wuzuan had the foresight to not let the 4 women follow him. Otherwise, the disc array would have been destroyed by now. In the Constellation Palace, everyone had their own thoughts. Under the attention of countless pairs of eyes, when Lu Ye's figure disappeared, a thick pillar of lightning shot up from the mountain peak below. It was like a violent lightning dragon, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it charged towards the starship. The cultivators on the starship were still immersed in the joy of avenging their dead companions. They didn't expect to encounter danger in the blink of an eye. A cultivator controlled the array and activated the starship's defense at the last moment. In an instant, a layer of light enveloped the entire starship. The lightning dragon came crashing down, but it didn't have the terrifying force that they had imagined. Instead, it exploded in an instant, turning into slithering lightning snakes that wrapped around the entire starship. The seemingly indestructible defense that enveloped the starship was like snowflakes under the scorching sun, quickly melting away under these slithering lightning snakes. The lightning snakes didn't disappear and continued to slither. In just a moment, the arrays and treasures on the starship were all destroyed. The huge starship was like a bird with broken wings, falling straight from the sky. A few figures scurried out in a sorry state. Among them was the late-stage weapon cultivator who had fought with Lu Yi before. In the barren mountains below, Zhou Yuchuan's team, including the 2 men, were all pale. It was a sign that they had used up too much of their energy. The short spear treasures were extremely powerful. Activating them naturally consumed a lot of energy. Even though they had set up arrays in advance to help, it had almost drained all of their spiritual energy. How did they get here so quickly? The man who had argued with Lu Yi before spoke. The plan had succeeded, but it wasn't a complete success. This was because, in their plan, it wasn't as simple as destroying the enemy's starship. They were prepared to get rid of the starship and the cultivators driving it as well. However, their plans couldn't keep up with the changes. They didn't expect Lu Yi to arrive so quickly, causing their arrangements to be incomplete. This led to the situation where the enemy's starship had failed, but the crew was still intact. On the other hand, 2 of them had almost lost their ability to fight. Only the woman in the team was still in peak condition. It wasn't because the woman was stronger, but because Zhou Yuchuan didn't let her participate in activating the short spear's power. That was why she could maintain her combat ability. This was the result of Zhou Yuchuan's caution. It had to be said that this was an extremely wise decision. Otherwise, the 3 of them would be just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. "Recover!" Zhou Yuchuan shouted in a low voice. Then he turned to look at the woman. "Little Ru, I'll leave them to you." The cold-looking woman didn't say a word. In a flash, she stood in front of the 2 of them and looked up at the sky. In that direction, a few figures dashed out of the starship. The late-stage weapon cultivator in the lead was coldly sizing up Zhou Yuchuan and the other 2. At this point, how could they not know that they had fallen into Lu Ye's trap? Killing them to steal their treasures was a lie. His real plan was to anger them and lure them here to destroy their starship. This team wasn't surprised that a treasure that could restrain starships would appear in this chaotic battlefield. They had always been vigilant and prepared. However, some things couldn't be avoided just by being vigilant. In the situation just now, they had no other choice but to chase after Lu Yi until he died. Therefore, they felt that Zhou Yuchuan's team Lu Yi and the ghost cultivator who had killed them and dug out their hearts were all in cahoots. Fortunately, they had killed 2 of them one after another. Now, all they had to do was take care of the 3 of them. If Zhou Yuchuan and the other 2 were unharmed, they naturally wouldn't be a match for them. However, at this moment, only one of the 3 of them had the strength to fight. The cultivators who jumped out of the starship saw the situation at a glance. What was there to hesitate about? Under the lead of the late-stage weapon cultivator, they didn't hesitate to attack Zhou Yuchuan and the others. The female cultivator, called Little Rue's face, became serious. She raised her hands, and 2 spirit treasures hovered beside her. One of them looked like a palm leaf fan, while the other was a copper ring. However, this copper ring was covered in raging flames. Seeing that the enemies were coming at her aggressively, the female cultivator immediately urged the power of her spirit treasure. In an instant, the copper ring was covered in flames. Rings of fire flew out to meet the enemies. She raised her hand and grabbed the palm leaf fan. As she fanned it fiercely, an invisible wind swept out. The wind increased the intensity of the fire, causing the rings of fire to suddenly become bigger. The flames also became fiercer, forming an extremely tight defense in an instant. The attacking enemies wanted to force their way through, but they couldn't break through for the time being. They immediately understood that this female cultivator wasn't an ordinary late-stage constellation realm cultivator. She was definitely a powerhouse who had left her name on the rankings. This made the team led by the late-stage weapon cultivator anxious and excited. They were anxious because if they couldn't break through the enemy's attack in a short period of time, then this female cultivator's other 2 companions had the possibility of recovering. When that time came, the situation would definitely be even worse. They were excited because they really hadn't fought with a powerhouse on the rankings before. If they could eliminate the other party, then they would have something to brag about in the future. If they were really familiar with each other, they could still take some risks and make a risky move. However, they were also a team formed at the last minute. They didn't have tight cooperation between each other, so they could only fight steadily. Although the female cultivator was impressive, she was ultimately alone. Even if the other party didn't cooperate, their numbers were still there. Gradually, the situation became a little bad for Little Rue. And just as this battle was getting anxious, Zhou Yuchuan, who was seizing the time to meditate and recover, suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. In the next instant, his eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. In that direction, there was a person holding a long saber, strolling over leisurely. Half of his clothes were dyed red with blood. It was obvious that he had been injured before. However, judging from his current aura, he was fine. Zhou Yuchuan was stunned. He really wanted to ask, shouldn't you be dead? But he appeared here perfectly fine. It was obvious that he had used some method to escape the calamity. Zhou Yuchuan's companions also opened their eyes. When they saw Lu Yi, they immediately realized that things were not good. They didn't have good intentions towards Lu Ye's team before. Now that he wasn't dead, and instead appeared here, it was obvious that he wasn't here to have a heart-to-heart talk with them. Following Lu Ye's sudden appearance, even the team that was fighting Little Rue couldn't help but slow down their movements. Then they saw a puzzling scene. Lu Ye's figure suddenly moved like a fleeing rabbit. He charged towards Zhou Yuchuan and the others with a fierce aura, as if there was some great hatred between them. Weren't they together? End of chapter. Chapter 1429. Sensing Lu Ye's murderous intent, Zhou Yuchuan frowned. In the end, he chose to withdraw. The moment his figure disappeared, his face was full of helplessness. Putting aside the fact that he had exhausted himself in order to activate the power of the short spear, he didn't have much combat strength left at the moment. Lu Yi himself had also left his name on the rankings. Zhou Yuchuan naturally wouldn't underestimate him just because he was only at the middle stage. Before his figure disappeared, Zhou Yuchuan transmitted a message. I hope we have a chance to have a fair fight in the future. He was undoubtedly a little unconvinced because his ranking on the rankings was much higher than F.A. Wuzuan's. He was confident that if both of them were in peak condition, F.A. Wuzuan wouldn't be his opponent in a one-on-one fight. But now he was forced to withdraw from the Chaos Society. He couldn't help but feel helpless. When Zhou Yuchuan's figure disappeared, his male companion also disappeared. They were both shrewd people. They had treated Lu Yi like that just now, so it was natural that Lu Yi wanted to kill them. As the saying goes, karma goes around, retribution goes around. They couldn't blame others for this. In the face of such a murderous person, if he didn't run, should he stay here and wait for death? In the blink of an eye, only Ma Xiaoru was left in the team of 3. At this moment, she was still urging her 2 spirit treasures to resist the attacks from the starship team. As Zhou Yuchuan and his other companion left, Lu Ye's aura naturally locked onto her. A pincer attack. Ma Xiaoru felt very uncomfortable. She really couldn't understand how the situation had developed to this point. Her plan had been very good. Although she was a woman, she was also a decisive person. She knew that she couldn't stay in this place for long. Her figure flickered, and she immediately tried to escape. However, Lu Ye's figure was like a maggot in a tarsal bone. She was a magic cultivator, and now she was being targeted by a weapon cultivator like Lu Yi. How could she escape? Although she tried to cast spells to try and stop Lu Ye's advance, it didn't have much effect. The enemy's advance was very strong and domineering. It wasn't something her spells could stop. In a moment, he caught up. After a moment of confrontation, the woman had no choice but to withdraw in a sorry state. Before she left, her eyes were filled with fear. She had seen the power of Lu Ye's team before, but that was with the power of the battle array. She thought that no matter how strong F.A. Wuzuan was, he couldn't be too strong. However, after fighting with him, she found that she was no match for him. Especially when a magic cultivator like her was close to a weapon cultivator, she couldn't move. While they were fighting, the starship team didn't make a move because they were confused. They couldn't figure out what was going on with these people. They seemed to be in the same group, so why were they fighting among themselves? It wasn't until Ma Xiaoru's figure disappeared that Lu Yi was the only one left that the situation became clear. The starship team rushed toward Lu Yi without hesitation, especially the late-stage soldier cultivator. His expression was particularly fierce. He had suffered a loss at Lu Ye's hands before, but at that time he was alone. Now that his companions were by his side, how could he be afraid of a mere mid-stage soldier? He was ready to regain the face he had lost earlier. But after the real confrontation, they found that they had underestimated the situation. This guy, who was also a weapon cultivator and also used a saber, was only at the middle stage. His body moved so fast that they couldn't stop him even if they worked together. What was more terrifying was his strong attack. Often, the moment he passed by, his companions would be seriously injured. Instead, their attacks were all blocked by their opponents, using some sort of indescribable method to activate some sort of defense. After Lu Ye's figure passed by several times, the team was directly crippled. In the Constellation Hall, Chu Xin's mood went through ups and downs. He felt that it was too exciting. He didn't see how Lu Yi survived such a crisis, but now that he thought about it, there was something wrong. Because when the starship's cannon bombarded Lu Ye's body, his whole body turned into nothingness. This was obviously not normal. It was understandable that a cultivator turned into nothingness, but F.A. Wuzuan's saber was not so easily vaporized. Chu Shen was a little late. He realized that F.A. Wuzuan used some method to leave the place when the starship's cannon was about to hit him. The boss didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he also killed everyone. This was good. This person is invincible. A voice came from the side. Chu Shen hurriedly nodded in agreement. Many people agreed with this. Originally, Zhou Yuchuan's team's overall strength was enough to compete with F.A. Wuzuan's team. Even though Fa Wuzuan's team formed the Black Tortoise Formation, their overall cultivation was still weak. If they really fought, it was hard to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Not to mention, there was also a starship that could move unhindered in all directions, which was something that no team could contend against alone. But as far as he could see, the starship had been destroyed and the team was in danger, too. Zhou Yuchuan's team had been wiped out neatly. In the entire battlefield, who could stop Fa Wuzuan's team's ferocious momentum? Unless there was a cultivator who could get some sharp treasures in the battlefield. What was more frightening was that this team had a map of the battlefield. Any attempt at concealment would be useless in front of the map. Therefore, Fa Wuzuan's team would definitely go out and search for the remaining cultivators. They would constantly eliminate them and increase their own victory. In this chaotic battle, this team was bound to be the biggest winner. On the Death Star, Lu Yi had eliminated the whole starship team. He had to admit that the Holy Guard was quite useful in this level of confrontation. In particular, he didn't have any delay in activating the Holy Guard spiritual tattoo, and there was no possibility of failure. Even if the enemy's attack was strong, he could add several layers of Holy Guard protection to himself in an instant. Therefore, as long as the enemy wasn't too strong or too many, he could be unharmed with the Holy Guard alone. He had already sent a message to Dumbo and the others, asking them to come and join him. Since he had nothing to do, Lu Yi took out the treasure that Ghost had thrown to him. After Spectre snatched the treasure, she immediately tossed it to Lu Yi. To be honest, Lu Yi didn't quite understand what was going on. Spectre didn't have to do that if she wanted to divert the attention of others, because with her concealment, the starship team could only target her. But she did that, so Lu Yi had a bad feeling. After checking it at this moment, he found it was true. The thing in his hand was not a treasure at all, but a kind of cheap ore. It was shining brightly, and there were traces of polishing on the surface. Obviously, Ghost had polished it in advance, making it look like a treasure. In fact, she had replaced the treasure the moment she got it. Lu Yi wanted to crush the ore, but he put it away in the end. Ghost, this woman, was too much. He had to find a chance to teach her a lesson. Dumbo and the other three quickly arrived at the place. Seeing that Lu Yi was intact, they all felt relieved. They didn't ask about the situation of the battle just now. Since Lu Yi was here, but the others were nowhere to be seen, the result was obvious. The 5 people gathered again. Lu Yi took the map of the battlefield from Crooked Teeth, looked for an area with a lot of practitioners, and then took the lead to fly there. There was a time interval when the map of the battlefield was used, so there was no way to check it all the time. But it was enough. Every once in a while, Crooked Teeth would check the map of the battlefield, looking for the approximate location of the practitioners nearby. After confirming the direction, the team would rush there, and they would gain something every time. They searched and killed all the way, and no one knew how many teams had suffered. But it had to be said that the teams that could still survive at this time had good overall strength, unlike at the beginning, when the strength was mixed with good and bad, and the gap was huge. Because the battle royale had basically reached the late stage, the weak ones had been eliminated. Lu Ye's team was the only anomaly. On the surface, their cultivation was the weakest, but in fact they were the strongest team. In the previous battles, it was actually very difficult for practitioners to gain something at this stage, because the battlefield was too large. After the number of practitioners was reduced, they were scattered, and the frequency of encountering each other was greatly reduced. Even if there were teams who held the map of the battlefield to look for people, they couldn't gain much if they weren't strong enough. After a few days, a magnificent and ethereal aura suddenly swept across the entire battlefield of the Battle Royale. At the same time, all the surviving practitioners had a realization. The Battle Royale was going to end in half a day. This was obviously the rule of the Constellation Hall. The Battle Royale was different from the battles Lu Yi had encountered in the past. The end of the Battle Royale wasn't marked by a clear winner. Instead, it would end when the number of cultivators left on the battlefield was reduced to a certain number. At the end of the battle, all the remaining cultivators would be considered the victors. Because the battlefield was too large, it was impossible for practitioners to fight to the last person. This number was generally the ratio of 50 to 50. Sensing the message conveyed by this aura, Lu Yi stopped and raised his hand to signal Crooked Teeth Qiao. Qiao, Crooked Teeth Qiao understood and handed over the map of the battlefield. Lu Yi took it and poured his spiritual energy into it. After a brief inspection, he found that there were about 600 cultivators left on the battlefield. According to the ratio of 1 to 5, there were around 30,000 cultivators participating in this chaotic battle. In just half a month's time, only 600 people remained out of the original 30,000. From this, it could be seen how intense the battle was. It was unknown how many cultivators were buried here forever. Lu Yi glanced at the location of the cultivators closest to them and gave up on the idea of searching for enemies. They had already gained enough from this chaotic meeting. There was no need to stir up a storm of blood in the last half of the day. The remaining cultivators would definitely have the same thought. They had all persevered until now with great difficulty and obtained the final victory. They would be able to reap the benefits in just half a day. Who would still want to fight and kill? End of chapter. Chapter 1430. After a while, under Lu Ye's proposal, the 5 people of the team came to a nearby desolate star and waited silently. After the 4 women fought side by side this time, their friendship was already very deep. What was rare was that the 4 of them were all at the early stage of the constellation, so they had more in common. They gathered together and chattered like 4 skylarks. Lu Yi took all the gains from this chaotic battle and then divided them into 5 parts. He called the 4 women and pointed to the 5 parts in front of him. "Everyone, choose one." The 4 women looked at each other, and finally Dumbo said, "Senior Fellow Apprentice F.A., we have discussed before that we don't want the gains this time. If it weren't for you, we would cut the crap 1 for each." Lu Yi naturally knew what Dumbo wanted to say. It was nothing more than that without him. The 4 of them couldn't have persisted until now. Maybe they would have been eliminated early, and their lives would be in danger. But it was Lu Yi who took the lead to form such a special team, so they could be invincible and kill in all directions. There were a lot of things in front of them, but compared with the gains they got, they were nothing. It should be known that what they could share this time was not only the visible material objects in front of them, but also the accumulated chips and the corresponding mystic light rewards. Especially the mystic light rewards, which were the most important for them, because it could directly promote their cultivation. But for Lu Yi, the 4 women fought with him for half a month, and he used them to show the power of the twin Qi connected branch formation. Since they shared weal and woe, they naturally should enjoy the happiness together. This was the principle of living in the world. Lu Ye's voice was a bit loud, and it was urged by spiritual power, so Dumbo couldn't help but tremble. After getting along with each other for a while, she had already been used to Lu Ye's words. Although there was only a small gap between their cultivation, Dumbo felt that she was more nervous when facing this master than facing sunshine. Lu Yi asked her to take, so she could only take. With a touched expression, she casually chose one. Looking at her posture, even if Lu Yi asked her to give herself to him, she wouldn't even frown. She didn't expect that this time's battle royale would have such a delightful result. When she first signed up for the battle royale, it was just a matter of chance. After entering, she regretted it a little. When Lu Yi eliminated her temporary companions and forced her to join, she thought she had encountered some bad people. She didn't expect that it would be a blessing in disguise. Dumbo took the lead, and the other 3 girls also chose 1 each. Lu Yi divided the loot evenly. None of them were more expensive, and none of them were cheaper, so it didn't matter which one was chosen. In half a month's time, the number of cultivators eliminated by the teams numbered close to 1,000. Not all of them were killed. Some of them saw that the situation was not good and decided to withdraw. Thus, they did not leave behind any spoils of war. Even so, Each of these spoils of war was worth about 50 to 60,000 spirit jades. For the early stage of the constellation realm, this was not a small fortune. Of course, Lu Yi didn't share the spirit jades and treasures that Zhou Yuchuan had given to Lu Yi as collateral. The four women hadn't done anything at that time, and he had single-handedly done it. So it was understandable that he took a share of the spoils. "Let's go." Lu Yi waved his hand. The four girls said goodbye to Lu Yi one by one, and they were reluctant to part with him. Before leaving, Dumbo left the formation plate, which was given to her by Lu Yi after all. The desolate star was very big. The five of them each occupied a place and waited silently. Half a day later, the battle royale ended, and there were Xian lights falling from the sky. Lu Ye's spirit was shaken, because the amount of profound light he obtained this time was much more abundant than any of the previous times. Among all the battles he had experienced before, the most abundant profound light reward was when he met Chu Xin for the first time. Refining the last profound light was equivalent to refining 300 spiritual jades. But this time, even Lu Yi didn't know how to estimate it. Even if he activated the power of the talent tree to refine, it took him more than half a day to completely refine the Xian light. He could clearly feel the improvement of his cultivation, and the most obvious sign was that the refining of the essence of bone marrow had made a lot of progress. He didn't worry that this refining would expose the secret of his fast cultivation, because the moment the battle royale ended, the practitioners outside could no longer observe the situation here. He spread out his divine thoughts and could sense the breath of Dumbo and the others. Obviously, they were refining the Xian lights. The benefits they got should not be as big as his. After all, he was the main force of the team. But for them, it was still a very rich reward. If they were lucky, it was not impossible for them to promote to the middle stage of the constellation realm. Of course, Dumbo didn't need to. Lu Yi didn't stay any longer. With a thought, he left the battlefield of the battle royale. In Hall 935, Chu Shen's face was filled with displeasure, because at this moment he could feel that many practitioners were paying attention to him. Even if he didn't know these practitioners, Chu Shen could know what they were doing. Undoubtedly, they were the stewards of the constellation realm of the big forces, because he had shouted in public that F.A. Wuzuan was his big brother. Some people spread the news. So, if these people wanted to get in touch with F.A. Wuzuan, they must have a suitable channel. The first problem they had to face was where to find F.A. Wuzuan. There was no doubt that F.A. Wuzuan should be refining the Xian light at this moment and enjoying the fruits of victory, but he would come out eventually. But even if he came out, with so many halls, who knew where he would appear? So, the purpose of them staring at Chu Xin was not for Chu Xin, but for F.A. Wuzuan. This made Chu Xin very annoyed. Everyone was thinking about the formation plate, but the formation plate was already Chu's. Thinking about the formation plate was the same as thinking about Chu Xin. He only hated that his cultivation wasn't high enough, and he couldn't fight in the Constellation Palace. Otherwise, he would beat up all these eyesores. He wasn't worried that F.A. Wuzuan would go back on his word. The big shot was such a generous person, and he had just shared the spoils with his companions. How could he go back on his word? In this half a month, he had taken the time to talk with Jiu Yan. Once he got the formation plate, Jiu Yan would no longer restrict him in the Wanxiang galaxy. So, to him, the formation plate wasn't just a formation plate. It was the taste of freedom, the taste of his 20 years of desire. No one could stop his pursuit of freedom. Just as he was feeling angry, a sound came from the formation plate. The message was very simple, only a number. 1632. Chu Xin took a look and was overjoyed. This was F.A. Wuzuan's message. He didn't understand why the big shot had come out so quickly. According to his estimation, it was normal for F.A. Wuzuan to stay in the battlefield for 7 or 8 days. After all, he had to refine the Xian light. He guessed that the big shot didn't want to waste time. He immediately set off for hall number 1632. When the cultivators who had been watching Chu Xin saw this, they were all stunned. Then, they hurriedly sent out a message to search for Chu Xin. Right now, he was the only person who could directly contact Fa Wuzuan. They could not lose him. But soon, a surprising piece of news came. Fa Wuzuan appeared in the 1632nd palace. The news spread very quickly. Due to the chaotic battle before, Fa Wuzuan could be said to be the most famous constellation realm cultivator in the entire Constellation Palace. Who knew how many people had personally seen him maneuver in all directions during the chaotic battle? Naturally, they could not be more familiar with his appearance and figure. Therefore, as soon as Lu Yi appeared, he attracted the attention of many cultivators. Many unfamiliar faces looked at him with respect, and some even greeted him as if they were close friends. There were even beautiful female cultivators who took the initiative to ask for his musical imprint. When Lu Yi saw this, he knew that his plan was going smoothly. His various schemes in the chaotic assembly had attracted the attention of many cultivators. The formation plate's fame had been completely spread. "Big brother," a familiar voice sounded. It was even more enthusiastic than before. Lu Yi looked up and saw Chu Xin hurriedly walking over. He didn't even call him Big Brother. Lu Yi didn't mind. He nodded at him and handed over the formation plate. Chu Xin's eyes widened. The eyes of many cultivators around him also widened. Lu Yi frowned. He seemed to have underestimated the effect of his previous plan. It seemed that the formation plate's fame was even greater than he had expected. Chu Xin quickly stepped forward and took the formation plate. He smiled like a flower. "Big brother, how could I accept this?" Although he said he was embarrassed, he quickly put the formation plate into his storage ring. In an instant, many gazes were filled with envy. After witnessing the various battles in the chaotic battle, the cultivators naturally knew that Fa Wuzuan's individual strength was indeed not bad. However, this time his team was able to achieve such a good result because of the formation disc. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to achieve such amazing results alone, no matter how strong he was. In an environment like the chaotic assembly, a black tortoise formation with powerful defensive power played a huge role. If such a treasure were to be sold outside, it would be worth at least 1,000,000 spirit jades. Fa Wuzuan had actually given it to someone else. They didn't know if calling Fa Wuzuan Big Brother would give them any benefits. Chu Xin put away the formation plate, and his heart fell to the ground. His expression became serious, and he said, "Big brother, little brother was blind before and didn't see how valuable this thing was. Now I know that its value is beyond imagination. Big brother, if you have any other requests, please state them. If I can satisfy them, I won't refuse." According to the original agreement, Chu Xin would help Lu Yi find a spot to enter the chaotic assembly in exchange for the formation plate. Now he was just fulfilling the previous agreement. However, Chu Xin wasn't used to taking advantage of others. If it weren't for the formation plate being so important to him, he wouldn't have casually accepted it. End of this chapter. Chapter 1431. In comparison, a spot for the Chaos Assembly was insignificant. It was not enough to make up for Lu Ye's loss. Chu Xin wanted to befriend Fa Wuzuan, so he naturally had to make up for it. In any case, Jian would help him deal with whatever he promised. We'll talk about it later. Lu Yi did not refuse, because he felt that he might really need Chu Xin's help. He raised his head and looked behind Chu Xin. At this moment, there was a group of people standing behind Chu Xin. These people had undoubtedly rushed here after hearing the news. They were all looking at him eagerly, and there were even more people on their way here. "Is there something you need?" Lu Yi asked. It would have been better if he hadn't asked, but as soon as he did, the scene immediately became chaotic. A group of people cupped their hands and greeted him, calling him fellow Taoist Fa. Some said they had a business deal they wanted to discuss with Lu Yi, while others said they had something they wanted to ask Lu Yi about. There were even some people who wanted to recruit him, and they generously said that he could name any conditions he wanted. Their attitudes were sincere and eager, as if they were thirsty for talent. Lu Yi raised his hand and stopped them, one by one. The group of people looked at each other. No one was willing to give in so easily, and the scene became even more chaotic. Lu Yi looked at the oldest old man in the crowd. "You speak first. Everyone else, shut up." The old man did not expect to be treated like this. He was happy for a moment and said, "Fellow Taoist FA, there are many people here. I wonder if we can find a secluded place. This old man has something to, just say it here." Lu Yi interrupted him. He had a rough idea of what this person wanted to do. The old man had a difficult expression, but when he saw that F.A. Wuzuan had no room for discussion, he knew that he could not force him. Fortunately, everyone's intentions were the same, so there was no point in avoiding them. He immediately said, "This old man wants to ask the formation plate that fellow Taoist gave out just now should not be the only one, right?" The reason for this inference was that the formation plate looked ordinary on the surface. It did not look like something valuable at all. Moreover, Lu Yi had given it to Chu Xin without batting an eyelid. If it really was the only one, no one would be willing to give it up. Of course not. Lu Yi nodded. The old man's expression brightened, and the cultivators who came specially for the array disc also showed joy. If it was a unique set, then they would have to find a way to get the array disc from Chu Xin. However, Chu Xin's identity was special. He was backed by the Che Ling boundary and was a native cultivator of the Wanxiang star system. It was not easy to deal with him. "How many are there?" the old man asked. The group of people perked up their ears, wanting to hear the answer. But Lu Yi had no intention of answering. He just looked at the old man indifferently, not saying a word. The old man smiled faintly. "Fellow Taoist FA, there's no need to be nervous. I'm the manager of the Morning Essence Chamber of Commerce. The reason I'm asking this is because I want to buy a disc array from you. As for the price, that's easy." The Vientiane Chamber of Commerce wasn't the only one in the Vientiane galaxy. However, in comparison, the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce was the most famous. After all, they were a local chamber of commerce and had the greatest advantage. However, other than the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce, some powerful galaxies basically had their own chambers of commerce here. The Morning Essence Chamber of Commerce should be an industry under the Morning Essence Galaxy. It used the entire galaxy as its backing and support to do some transactions with other galaxies or cultivators. Many galaxies had their own specialties. Therefore, even if they were not as big or strong as the Vientiane Chamber of Commerce, they still had their own unique competitiveness. As soon as the old man finished speaking, someone else said, "The Frost Wolf Chamber of Commerce also wants to buy a disc array from you." And the Sky Serene Chamber of Commerce. The scene became chaotic again. After everyone calmed down and voiced their requests, Lu Yi nodded slightly and glanced at the crowd. "It seems that everyone wants to buy the disc array." He made a thoughtful expression. "How about this? Since everyone has the same idea, let's hold an auction." The group of Chamber of Commerce managers frowned when they heard this. This was undoubtedly the scene they didn't want to see the most. However, F.A. Wuzuan was no fool. He naturally understood the principle of hoarding rare goods. Since so many of them had come to him to buy the disc array, F.A. Wuzuan obviously wanted to maximize his own benefits. An auction was the best way. They sighed inwardly, knowing that they couldn't dissuade him. In the end, the old man from the Morning Essence Chamber of Commerce asked, "Fellow Taoist F.A., when will the auction be held and where will it be held?" "It will be in this Constellation Hall," Lu Yi said. "Hall number 88. It's spacious there. As for the time, it will be in 3 days. 3 days. The group of people was shocked when they heard this. Someone said, "Fellow Taoist F.A., isn't the time too tight?" This was undoubtedly because they weren't strong enough. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to gather enough spirit jades to auction in 3 days. Some people wanted to persuade Lu Yi, but Lu Yi ignored them. His figure flickered and disappeared, heading to another hall. The group of people left behind frowned. Soon news spread out. Although they didn't know how many spirit jades were needed to auction the disc array, the more the better. This place was too far away from the 10,000 Elephant Sea. There wasn't enough time to transport more spirit jades over in 3 days. They could only think of other ways. Almost every Galaxy Chamber of Commerce was determined to get the disc array because the managers of these chambers of commerce had seen with their own eyes the terrifying effect the disc array played in the chaotic war. It could be said that this was an epic-making treasure, something that had never appeared before. If this object could be cracked and refined in large quantities, it would definitely have a huge impact on the entire cultivation world. Some people took the unconventional approach and began to worm their way into being friends with Chu Shan. Chu Shan ignored them and disappeared not long after Lu Ye's figure disappeared. In another hall, Lu Yi and Chu Shan reunited. Lu Yi arranged a spirit array to conceal their figures so that they wouldn't be disturbed again. Lu Yi reminded Chu Shan, and Chu Shan nodded repeatedly. He had previously said that if Lu Yi had any requests, he wouldn't refuse as long as he could satisfy them. Lu Ye's request wasn't a big deal at all, so he naturally agreed. He was even a little expectant because he faintly realized that he might be involved in a major event that would leave his name in the annals of history. While the two of them were discussing, F.A. Wuzuan would hold an auction in the 88th Hall in 3 days. The news of the mysterious disc array being auctioned on the spot had quickly spread. An eternally strange story. Cultivators were no stranger to auctions. Powerful chambers of commerce would often hold auctions of various sizes. Generally speaking, some novel and good things would appear in auctions, attracting people's attention and often selling for a good price. However, it had always been the chambers of commerce of a certain galaxy that acted as the main auctioneer. There had never been an individual who held an auction because a single person didn't have the strength to do so, nor did they have enough treasures to hold an auction. Forcing an auction would only make a fool of themselves. However, if F.A. Wuzuan held this auction, it seemed to be reasonable. Although there was only one miraculous array disc in the auction, there were many people who wanted it. Moreover, they were all chambers of commerce from various galaxies. Cultivators knew how powerful these chambers of commerce were. Therefore, it was foreseeable that this auction would be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. The various chambers of commerce would shed all pretenses of cordiality. The 88th Hall was special to begin with because the number of people gathered in this hall was much higher than other halls. Moreover, it had always been used as a hall for business. This time, it was directly pushed to the heart of the storm. When the news spread, countless people rushed to the 88th Hall. Most of them were there to watch the show. It would be a pity to miss such a show. There were also Chamber of Commerce managers waiting there in advance to prevent too many people from entering. Although this kind of thing had never happened before, no matter how lively the 88th Hall was in the past, there was a limit. No one could predict how lively it would be this time. There might really be a situation where people couldn't enter because of overcrowding. For a time, the already bustling hall number 88 became even more lively. It was like this inside the Constellation Hall. Outside the Constellation Hall, all the major forces were trying to find out about F.A. Wuzuan's background. There were too many uncertain factors in the auction of the disc array. No Chamber of Commerce could guarantee that they would be able to get it. However, if they could find out about F.A. Wuzuan's background, then all the problems would be solved. There was only one clue that could be confirmed. F.A. Wuzuan was not his real name. This was because the cultivators of the major galaxies had never heard of this name before the Constellation Hall opened. With this kind of cultivation, this kind of strength, no matter where he came from, he must have made a name for himself. However, before the Constellation Hall opened, no one knew of F.A. Wuzuan. From this, it could be inferred that he didn't come from a top realm or a powerful galaxy. This was because if he came from a good background and had a powerful backer, he wouldn't hide his identity. These people could leave their names on the rankings. Not only could they make a name for themselves, but they could also bring glory to the realms and galaxies behind them. Why hide? Most of the people who hid their identities in the Constellation Hall had ordinary backgrounds and didn't have powerful backers. Trying to find out the background of a cultivator through an alias was no doubt very difficult. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, the situation forced the major forces to bite the bullet and continue. No one would have thought that a small mid-stage Constellation Hall cultivator would have the power to stir up the entire Wanxiang galaxy. Even the storm caused by the Azure Demon King Ma Bin in the Wanxiang Sea was quickly quelled. Such a ridiculous thing had never happened in the Wanxiang galaxy before. There were so many constellations that came and went every day. There were new ones, those who died in battle and those who passed by. It was hard to calculate. What could a Constellation Hall cultivator do in such a big environment? However, there really was a Constellation Hall cultivator that entered the sights of the major forces because of a chaotic battle. Countless experts were worried about it. Chapter 1432. Outside the Constellation Hall. There was a treasure that looked like a palace. This kind of treasure did not have strong offensive or defensive capabilities. It was only used as a temporary residence for powerful cultivators. The cost of refining it was very high, so those without power and capital would not be able to own it. The Greenlee Palace was quite famous in the Wanxiang Galaxy because it was the residence of Jiu Yan, a sunshine cultivator from the Che Ling realm. Since the Greenlee Palace was here, it meant that Jiu Yan was here too. As a sunshine cultivator, Jiu Yan's strength was obvious to all. In the entire Wanxiang Galaxy, she was one of the top 3 cultivators. However, she had a bad habit that people did not know how to deal with. It was a habit that she had developed in the past 20 years. She loved her only son too much. The young master of the Che Ling realm had run away from home more than once because he was too strict with his mother. Not long ago, there was a rumor that the young master was tied up and brought back. He received a huge reward, which made people envious. The young master was supposed to be locked up for a long time, but the Constellation Hall suddenly opened. Jiu Yan had no choice but to let him out to see the world. However, she followed him. As a sunshine cultivator, she could not enter the Constellation Hall. She could only stay outside. This was also why Chu Xin could contact her at any time. Under normal circumstances, if cultivators were in different spaces, they would not be able to communicate with each other using musical notes. However, the Constellation Hall was special. Even if a cultivator was in the Constellation Hall, they could still communicate with people outside. Of course, if a cultivator was in a battleground, such as the Chaos Hall, they would not be able to communicate with the outside world. They could only communicate within the battleground. Even if cultivators passed by the Greenlee Palace, they would stay far away from it. This was out of respect for the sunshine cultivators. At the same time, cultivators had to be careful. In this place, if you accidentally violated the rules of the Sunshine Sect, you might not even know how you died. A figure flew over from the direction of the Constellation Palace and landed at the gate of the palace with ease. A maid at the Spirit Sea realm who was guarding here saluted. "Young master!" Chu Xin nodded slightly and walked inside. He called out, "Mother." "Come in." Jiu Yan's voice rang out. Judging from her voice alone, it was impossible to tell that she was a Sunshine Realm cultivator. Her voice sounded very young and tender. She was born with this voice. Although she could disguise herself slightly with her sunshine cultivation, she had never done so before. If anyone looked down on her because of her tender voice, they would have to pay a heavy price. Chu Xinqing only saw Jian when he entered the inner hall. From her appearance, Jiu Yan did not look like a sunshine expert. Although she was wearing a beautiful palace dress and had an extraordinary temperament, her petite figure made her look like a girl next door. Chu Xin walked up to Jiu Yan and chuckled. "Mother, look at the treasures I brought for you." Jiu Yan couldn't help but knock on his head. "You're a star constellation. Don't be so indecent all the time." "Got it." Chu Xin pursed his lips. He was annoyed that his mother was lecturing him. He took out the array disc as if he was presenting a treasure. He even made some noises with a proud look on his face. Is this the twin chi and branch formation disc? Zhu Yan's eyes lit up. He took the formation disc and examined it carefully. That's right. Chu Xin nodded solemnly. With the help of this formation disc, even unfamiliar cultivators can easily connect their qi and form a formation. Zhu Yan channeled her spiritual energy into it, and a mysterious power began to flow. She then realized that it was just as Chu Xin had said. Her own qi was easily connected to Chu Xin's qi, and she seemed to be able to borrow power from Chu Xin through the power of this disc array. Chu Xin's expression froze. He was speechless. Of course, he knew that his mother was very strong. However, he had never had a direct understanding of how strong she was until this moment. Under the connection of the formation disc's qi, he could vaguely feel the terrifying yet restrained power in Zhu Yan's body. It could be said that a casual wave of that power could consign him to eternal damnation. He gave you such a treasure just like that? Although Zhu Yan knew about the agreement between Chu Shen and Fei Wuzuan, she still could not believe it when Chu Shen took the formation disc back. How could there be such a generous person in this world? Could it be that he had other motives? Chu Shen smiled proudly. Boss Fei treats me as his own brother. Although the treasure is precious, it's nothing. Zhou Yan smiled faintly. She did not know if Fei Wuzuan treated Chu Shen as his own brother, but he was indeed a man of his word. Just based on this point, it was worth befriending him. However, she still had to be careful. Chu Shen was young and had not seen much. He had been under her protection all these years and did not know how sinister people could be. In this world, there were always some people who could not judge a book by its cover. Mother, I have the formation disc back. What you promised before. Chu Shen looked at Zhou Yan with a stutter. He was afraid that Zhou Yan would go back on her words. If that happened, he would have no other choice but to make a scene. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yan nodded and said, I will naturally do what I promised you. From now on, you can move freely in the Wanxiang galaxy. Chu Shen was stunned for a moment. Then he was overjoyed and grateful. Thank you, Mother. You are the best. Stop flattering me. Zhou Yan glanced at him indifferently. Although she was reluctant, she knew that Chu Shen was already a consolation. He could not live under her protection forever. If Chu Shen's aptitude was not good enough, she could take care of him and let him live a peaceful life. However, Chu Shen's aptitude was extremely good. If she took care of him too much, it would only hinder his growth. Zhou Yan had been thinking about this problem of hers recently. She felt that it was time to make some changes. Since you have decided to go out and explore, you must remember that you are no longer the young master of the Carbell world. You also do not have a mother in the sun. You are just an ordinary constellation. Unless your life is in danger, you are not allowed to use my name. Yes, I will not embarrass you, Mother. Chu Shen was very excited. However, his gaze quickly became evasive again. Zhou Yan saw his expression and knew that he was hiding something. Is there anything else? Chu Shen grinned and said, It's like this. F.A. Lao has decided to hold an auction in the 88th hall 3 days later. Auction? Zhou Yan frowned. Why would a mid-stage constellation like him hold an auction? What is he auctioning? As soon as she said this, she immediately raised the formation plate in her hand. Chu Shen nodded. Zhou Yan was stunned. He has more than one of these? It seems so. Then how many does he have? I don't know. I have never asked. Zhou Yan pondered for a moment and said slowly, Then it seems that he did not refine this himself? Every treasure had its origin, unless it was born with the birth of heaven and earth, or it was a starry sky treasure that was in the process of being born. Although she could not tell how long the formation plate in her hand had been refined, it looked very new. It should have been refined not too long ago. She originally thought that this thing might have been refined by F.A. Wuzuan. If he had more than one formation plate, then he might really have refined it himself. This was undoubtedly good news for her. If a mid-stage constellation cultivator like F.A. Wuzuan could refine it, it meant that it was not difficult to refine it. She just needed to crack the key spirit patterns. Not to mention a colossus like the myriad elephant chamber of commerce. There were many capable people in her Che-Ling boundary. So as long as she brought the formation plate back, she should be able to crack it. Although she did not know how many formation plates F.A. Wuzuan had, with his strength alone, he probably could not refine many. The more magical a treasure was, the more difficult it was to refine. This was common sense. However, F.A. Wuzuan wanted to use the auction to sell this formation plate. It was obvious that he wanted to make a fortune. "What do you want to do with the auction?" Zhu Yan asked. "Boss F.A. asked me to help him." Chu Xin told her about Lu Ye's request. Zhu Yan listened and nodded slightly. "It's a small matter. Take my token and find someone from the myriad elephant chamber of commerce. You just need to recruit people." Saying so, she took out a jade token and handed it to him. Although Zhu Yan was not in charge of the myriad elephant chamber of commerce, as the local star system's Rizhao, she was still a member of the myriad elephant chamber of commerce. After all, with her strength, it was not a problem for her to recruit people. Chu Xin received it happily. Zhu Yan warned again. "Although I haven't seen this F.A. Wuzuan with my own eyes from your description, he should be a very meticulous person. Since you want to befriend him, you should learn from him. There's no harm in learning from him. However, if he has any problems, you must not learn from him. Otherwise, I will break your legs." "Yes." Chu Shen solemnly accepted the order and said goodbye to his mother before turning and entering the Constellation Hall. Zhu Yan pondered for a moment and then sent out a few messages. Only then did she know what had happened in the chaotic battle assembly. She also knew that F.A. Wuzuan had used the chaotic battle assembly to make a name for the formation plate. Rizhao's way of thinking and perspective was different from ordinary people. So Zhu Yan immediately deduced that all of this was done deliberately by F.A. Wuzuan. The chaotic battle assembly was all for the sake of the auction. Now that everything was ready, the auction in 3 days would definitely be a bloody battle. Although there would be no smoke, it would definitely be extremely fierce. While the mother and son were talking here, Lu Yi had already arrived at the 88th hall. The auction was going to be held in 3 days, so he naturally wanted to take the opportunity to refine more formation plates. In his own plan, this was a one-time deal, not a long-term business. This was because, apart from the Constellation Hall, it was difficult to provide a better and more suitable opportunity. There would not be such an opportunity in the future. Even if he refined more formation plates, he would not be able to sell them. Moreover, once the formation plates were bought, the cultivators of the major forces would definitely want to crack the mysteries inside. Even if he added seals to increase the difficulty of cracking the formation plates, he would not be able to prevent it. At most, he would only be able to buy some time. In other words, in the future, many people would be able to refine the twin chi connected formation plate. Even if the success rate was low, as long as they invested enough manpower and time, they would eventually be able to refine it. At that time, he would not have much competition. Now that he had this opportunity, he would naturally eat until he became fat. Chapter 1433. The 88th hall was originally the most crowded hall. Today, he found that there were even more cultivators coming and going. What surprised Lu Yi was that many stalls were actually offering discounts. The cultivators who came and went often only needed to spend 80% of the usual price to buy the things they liked. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such a thing to happen, because regardless of whether it was spirit pills, miraculous medicines, talismans, treasures, or the like, all of the items sold in Hall 88 were 10% to 20% more expensive than those sold in the Myriad Ocean. Because the merchants required time and manpower to send these goods to Constellation Hall. So if a cultivator wanted to buy something here and didn't want to waste time returning to the Myriad Ocean, then they could only spend even more money. But now the price of many things was only 80% of the normal price. Naturally, it attracted countless cultivators to come and choose. After thinking for a while, Lu Yi understood the situation. He spread the news that the auction would be held in 3 days. The major forces were obviously urgently collecting spirit jades through this method, for fear that they would not be able to participate in the auction if they did not have enough spirit jades. This was undoubtedly a good thing for him. Soon he bought enough materials that he needed. These materials were also discounted, and the discount was as high as 60%, which inadvertently saved him some spirit jades. The 88th hall was too noisy, so Lu Yi chose a hall outside the 4,000th hall. Sure enough, it was very quiet. There were only a few hundred people in the entire hall. He found a corner, set up a formation to hide himself, condensed his clone, and began to devote himself to refining the disc. Now, every disc array he refined was a spiritual jade. 3 days passed in a flash, and Lu Yi had refined the disc for 3 days. Both his main body and clone went to work, and the inventory in his hand suddenly increased by thousands. After checking the total number of disc arrays he had stored, Lu Yi felt that it was enough. Although he could have pushed back the time of the auction to make it easier for him to refine more disc arrays. Since it was an auction, he naturally couldn't make too many disc arrays. If he really wanted to satisfy all the forces, he wouldn't let them compete with each other. If that was the case, the value of the disc arrays would be reduced. Now, the amount was just right. If it couldn't satisfy all the factions, they would be able to fight for it and maximize their own benefits. Chu Shen had sent a message over. "Big brother, come quickly. Everything here is ready. We are just waiting for you." Lu Yi looked at the message sent by Chu Shen and felt a little puzzled. Set up? Set up what? Lu Yi had discussed with Chu Shen before, and he only asked him to help him with one thing, which was to represent the car bell industry in the auction and help him raise the price. Although Lu Yi was not worried that the disc array would not sell, the price had to reach his expectations. He didn't ask him to set up anything. This was a small matter, so Chu Shen naturally agreed at that time. Curious, Lu Yi prepared to enter Grand Hall 88. However, a moment later, he frowned because he discovered that he couldn't enter. There was only one possibility for such a situation to occur. The 88th hall was packed with people. He sent a message to Chu Shen, and Chu Shen immediately replied, "Big brother, keep trying. I'll think of something." If the host of the auction couldn't enter the venue, what was the point of holding the auction? Wouldn't it be a joke if it couldn't be spread? However, it was simple to solve the problem. He only needed to let some of the cultivators leave to make room. Those who wanted to participate in this auction were all chambers of commerce with the major galaxies as their foundation. Each of them represented a top realm or an entire galaxy. The power they had together could not be underestimated. Whether it was coercion or temptation, it was not difficult to disperse some of the cultivators. Chu Shen relayed Lu Ye's situation, and the managers of the various chambers of commerce immediately took action. Not long after, Lu Yi, who was constantly trying, saw a blur in his vision and entered Grand Hall 88. His ears were full of noise, and there were people squeezing around him. This was really overcrowded, and there was almost no place to stand. Lu Yi didn't expect such a grand occasion. He still underestimated the curiosity of people. Even Constellation Realm cultivators liked to watch a show, especially such a rare show. Obviously, most of the cultivators gathered here were here to watch the show. Only a small portion of them were here to participate in the auction. If it was a formal auction, the host of the auction would naturally use some methods to restrict the entry of outsiders. However, this was a hall of the Constellation Palace, and anyone could enter. Flying was not allowed in the hall, and even flying was not allowed. The cultivators could only stand obediently on the ground. Lu Yi looked around and immediately determined the direction he should go. Because everyone's eyes were looking at the same place, that was definitely the place he needed to go. He stepped forward and squeezed his way forward, causing many people to glare at him angrily. However, after seeing his face, Some people still cupped their hands and greeted, "Fellow Taoist Fa." Everyone knew that he was the host of this auction. If others were to squeeze their way forward, it would be insensible. However, since it was Fa Wuzuan, it was understandable. He was going to host the auction, and if they didn't let him go, there would be no show to watch. As Lu Yi walked forward, people constantly greeted him. After the battle at the Chaotic Battle Club, Fa Wuzuan had become famous. Many people wanted to use this opportunity to get familiar with him. As he walked, Lu Yi suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. He saw the face of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled at him and walked past him. At that moment, the middle-aged man seemed to have carelessly touched his body in such a crowded place, and Lu Yi was squeezing his way forward. It was normal for their bodies to touch. However, what was abnormal was that Lu Yi felt a reaction from his talent tree. Therefore, he was sure that the middle-aged man had done something to his body. It was very likely that it was a secret technique or treasure that could track one's whereabouts. The middle-aged man wanted to use this to determine his exact location. He was in the Constellation Palace, and those who wanted to harm him couldn't do anything to him. However, the Constellation Palace was going to be closed eventually. Now that he had planted some unknown method, it would be easier to track him down. Lu Yi didn't know what the middle-aged man had done. What he was curious about was how he had used this method. No one was allowed to attack others in the Constellation Palace. This was the rule of the Constellation Palace. Or rather, the middle-aged man's method wasn't really against him. So it didn't violate the rules of the Constellation Palace? Along the way, his talent tree showed several abnormalities, all of which occurred when he came into physical contact with others. Lu Yi silently memorized the faces of those suspicious fellows. After much difficulty, he finally arrived at the front of the crowd. As he looked up, a strange expression appeared on his face. He didn't know when, but a large round stage had appeared here. The round stage was covered with a large red carpet, and the surroundings were decorated in a luxurious manner. There was also a group of people standing some distance away, surrounding the round stage in a protective manner. Chu Xin stood on the round stage and looked around. When he saw Lu Ye's figure, he enthusiastically called out, "Big brother, over here!" Lu Yi jumped onto the round stage. Chu Shan greeted him with a face full of smiles. "Big brother, these are all arranged by this little brother. Are you satisfied?" Lu Yi turned his head and looked around. He saw many cultivators sitting around the round stage. Each of them had a chair surrounding the round stage, like stars surrounding the moon. Behind these cultivators were the cultivators who were watching the show, but they were all standing. These fellow cultivators are all going to participate in the auction. I have checked their qualifications in advance. Big brother, don't worry. These people were all transferred from the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce. They will temporarily listen to my orders. The conditions are simple, so this is all I can do. Lu Yi originally thought that holding an auction wouldn't be too troublesome. As long as he gathered the people participating in the auction, he would take out the array disc, and everyone would drive up the price. But now, it seemed that he had thought things through too simply. The most important thing was that he didn't consider the problem of too many people gathering after the news spread. Now, with Chu Xin's arrangement, all these problems were solved. Those who participated in the auction were arranged in the front, making it easier for them to bid. Those who were watching the show stayed behind. In any case, they wouldn't get in the way. "You're very considerate." Lu Yi nodded. Chu Xin smiled and said, "You can rest assured that this little brother will take care of things." He tentatively asked, "Then, big brother, shall we begin? If big brother trusts me, why don't you let me host this auction?" He seemed to like this kind of lively scene. Lu Yi nodded. "No problem." He wasn't used to this kind of occasion. Now that Chu Xin took the initiative to volunteer, it was for the best. As he spoke, he took out a storage ring that he had prepared and handed it to Chu Xin. He gave a few instructions, and Chu Xin nodded repeatedly. After a while, under everyone's gaze, Chu Xin lightly coughed. raised his hand slightly and pressed down in the air. "Please be quiet!" Needless to say, the cultivators really gave him face. As soon as his voice sounded, the noisy hall immediately quieted down. Chu Xin spoke again. "Today, many of you have gathered here. I believe I don't need to explain the reason for this. Today's auction will be hosted by me, Chu Xin. I hope that everyone will come and support me." Without saying much, he directly raised the storage ring in his hand, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. In this storage ring, there are 100 twin Qi-linked formation discs. No reserve price. Fellow cultivators who need them, please bid. The quiet hall was instantly in an uproar, especially the cultivators who were sitting around the round table to participate in the auction. Their faces were all filled with shock. They all knew that F.A. Wuzuan had more formation discs, but no one knew how many he had. They thought that F.A. Wuzuan would at most have a few pieces. After all, these things had miraculous effects and were definitely not easy to refine. Even if F.A. Wuzuan could refine them himself, he definitely wouldn't be able to refine many. This was also the reason why they had been frantically collecting spiritual jades for the past 3 days. They were afraid that they wouldn't have enough spiritual jades and would miss this opportunity. Who would have thought that as soon as the auction started, there would be 100 twin Qi-linked formation discs? End of chapter.